probably need as much safety against Delver because there's less of it. The choke is nice, but I don't think we need it here. And
Mm-hmm.
the run of foul is like the fifth removal for it. Do you run into like cloud posts or like things like that?
Cloud Post? I can't remember last time I played against Cloud Post.
Okay, so like Wasteland is like decent against that kind of deck because they try to hide behind a glacial
Oh,
chasm.
Chasm. Yeah. Chasm is a pain in the ass for elves, right?
It's crazy too because normally it's really hard to beat, but if you have a Wasteland, it like completely changes the dynamic of the match because you have so many ways to find it that
Mm-hmm.
you're not really you don't lose to it anymore. You know what I mean?
Right.
Whereas before they would just hide behind it. So,
Oh, got it. Weren't you watching the baseball game today?
the Dodgers Philly game or which one?
Wasn't your team playing? I don't know. I saw a team from LA on TV playing.
Oh yeah. The Dodgers are playing right now.
Oh.
I have the game on in the background.
Ah.
They see they're still up 1 run, but there was a rain delay earlier. But
Ah.
it's a regular season, so it's not a big deal.
It says just a regular season. It's not a big deal.
Regular season game. But
Oh. Is it? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how baseball works, so.
it's there's a lot of games. So usually for me, I start paying attention more towards the playoffs.
I
I'll
got you.
follow it, but it's not as important. It's not like soccer where like each individual game means a lot more.
Maybe that's why I'm saying that then. Hmm.
Or
And football, I guess.
football.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay.
So you should be pretty familiar with the main deck, and really the sideboard. Not much has changed. It just
Mm.
looks a little different because all the prismatic endings have been upgraded to swords now.
All right. Yeah, I went to. I think I told you like on Discord that I went to my LGS the other day and we played. I mean, one of the LGS here. We just jam games. We didn't like no play for anything.
Uh,
Uh, so like I went to buy a grist. I didn't know they had so many different versions of this card.
I didn't know that either. Shout out to Max Gilmore. Like I think I told you right. He goes to my LGS.
Mm-hmm.
He opened up a grist when he opened up. He bought a Modern Horizons 2 box,
Uh huh.
and he just gave me one.
Oh, that's nice of him.
Yeah, because he knows that I like.
You're looking for
I think
one?
the card is really good. It's like pretty dumb. I think you can grease them for a planeswalk
Yeah.
against the control.
So I remember like I don't know if you seen like when I was playing the deck the Sylvan Plug.
I didn't see you play, but I remember you saying you played it.
Okay, so like it was a deck that played. It was like a green black X Stompy deck, right? And the deck really relied like on playing silver bullets, so it always played like 4 greens and zeniths. And I was super upset at Wizards when they in like Origins, all the flip planeswalkers were good except for Nissa that didn't do shit. I was like,
Yeah, I remember that.
I was really hoping for like a planeswalker that I could green some zenith for and would do something, right? Because like Jason's Verine Prodigy was really good, and I was like, oh man, all these dudes are very good, but except for the green one.
I do remember that. Even Liliana was like, okay.
Yeah, exactly. And then like they make one that for green that, yeah, the color that can tutor with a green sun zenith, but no, that one's not good. It's like, this is a keep, right?
Yeah, I would keep that. You ideally have another land, but it's like still keep.
Probably Death and Taxes. It is.
Yeah.
Oh, and they don't have
Only
it.
one is go ahead.
No, they don't have a turn in one plane either. So, so if you don't draw a land, it's better to ramp or.
You want to ramp, yeah, for sure.
But like if we drew a land, would you still ramp?
I would. The reason being is even if you draw a land here, you want to make sure you can get to 3 mana on turn 2,
Mm-hmm.
and then you don't have 3 elves to do that, three 1 drops, I should say. So you can't do it consistently here.
All right, so they got a GT, of course.
This matchup is pretty scary now because game 1 is a lot harder to win because all the cards that they added are pretty relevant.
Right.
Here I'd probably play the Visionary and just hold your draw into a land. You know they can't kill you the next turn with GTA.
Okay.
But ideally you hit a land, then you play a Birch Lord, and then play probably
Oh,
perfect. Just the way we drew it up, right?
so just get a basic forest, right?
Yeah. And then you play a Birch Lord. So here, take a guess at what you want to do.
I mean, I'll probably Wirewood Symbiote, right?
Yeah, because it protects everything else.
That's what I was thinking. Because Heritage Druid doesn't do anything after that, so.
Mm-hmm. And here, it's important not to bounce because we need the mana actually.
Right, because we're trying to get natural order mana, right?
You're right. So like, one of the hard things, I would say probably the hardest thing for anybody picking up the deck is knowing when not to bounce with wire because like a lot of people just default and I think
Yeah, they just do it because
trap to get into.
yeah, they just do it because they see other elves players doing it.
Right, but a lot of times you need the mana and doing it actually hurts you. And this I think is like one of those times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I mean, you also want to have the third elf here, so.
Exactly.
Flicker Wisp. What?
Alright, so that means they probably have the land in hand, I would imagine.
That means they're gonna die.
Say that again?
I said that means they're gonna die. I mean, what is.
Well, keep in mind, they might have Solitude. So that's something to keep in mind.
Sure.
But yeah, if they don't have it, then they're just dead here. Or might have the swords, which would be annoying too. There's the Solitude.
Oh. Okay.
You don't bounce here.
Yeah.
For the reasons why I just said, we need the mana.
No, close the door.
Lead with, huh?
No, I was talking to my son here.
Lead with the visionary first, the seeking draw.
I was about to tell you that that came from Popeye.
Ooh. Do we do anything?
Yeah, we drew it up.
Do we glimpse of nature heritage druid? Yep. One second. No. Can you close the door, please? Close the door. No. Go outside and close the door.
I was about to tell you that you play games.
No, later. Okay. All right. So
Here we can just play the heritage before glimpse.
play it before the glimpse.
Well, the reason being is because we don't have the mana, right? Like we're still short on mana.
Oh, okay.
I was gonna say the other thing we can do is we can green sun for a Queer Ranger, but I think it's fine.
Okay. Okay. So now I make 3 mana.
Yeah, you can make 3 mana and then green sun for. Okay, so they have 1 mana. They preemptively solituded it. That tells me they probably don't have swords.
Mm-hmm.
What did they pitch?
They pitch a recruiter.
Yeah, so would you agree they probably don't have swords?
Probably not.
So I would actually get Queer Ranger here.
You wouldn't glimpse first, or it doesn't matter.
Well, glimpse doesn't matter here, right?
Oh, right. So get Queen Ranger. Oh. Okay. Pick up the forest and untap the Dry Arbor?
Natural order here for the Archon, actually. And then, so you can block the Flicker Wisp.
Okay.
If you pick up the forest, untap an elf. Then you have the
Oh.
elf. You can actually get you can actually get an Archon here to block the Flicker Wisp. Because presumably they're gonna have the G-Tape.
Okay. What do we sack?
Probably the Visionary, because we have 2 of it.
Oh, okay. Do we name instant?
Yeah. Clear off swords.
So I was thinking, okay. Is
So
that
the
it?
nice thing about here is we have a kill next turn.
Do we? Oh, okay, because of natural order. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, they're gonna G-Tape here and then we're gonna block.
Mm-hmm.
They probably did kill the Heritage and the Ranger, but they're just dead in multiple ways.
Right. It doesn't really matter. Right?
Like they need you to draw a Solitude here, and I think if they drew a Solitude, they would take it off Archon Record.
Oh, no, if they had Solitude, they would definitely kill this thing.
Exactly. Right.
Fragility. Thanks for the follow. I mean, they should kill Dried Arbor, right? It doesn't really matter. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like we have them dead multiple ways. Like we have them.
Right.
All right, so now we just that's easy. Now.
Do I just sack the Arbor?
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna kill another one of those guys, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we have lethal.
Okay.
So it was kind of easy here, but as you can see, we can't lose it because they almost raced us to GTA, right?
They did, yeah. So, so this matchup, you like progenitors, right?
Yes. So usually, that's like a straight swap for Archon in the fair matchups.
Right.
The exception to that rule is like if he plays against those artifact decks, then Archon is like better.
Mm-hmm.
So any guess how you would?
I mean, I think Bog out, obviously.
Right. There's another card that's obviously out.
I mean, another one that's Scavenging Ooze, right?
Right. There's no graveyard like
Right.
parallel.
I mean, Collector Roof comes in, right?
Right.
Okay. I'm not sure about the Swords to Plowshares or Cabal Pit. I'm sorry.
So me personally, like their deck is just all hate bear, so you want the Cabal Pit and the Four Swords.
Okay.
This part is probably the trickiest, and like it's up for debate what you want to take out. But
Well, I know, like,
I personally like to take out.
I mean, I know you like to take out like some of the Shepherds, right?
Yeah, so I just take them all out. I don't think you need them.
All of them?
Like, yeah, like, unless you see that they play Chalice.
No. I was just thinking like as another way to win the game, but
Usually, I found that's not really how you win the game.
okay.
In this matchup, in my opinion. Like,
So this is how you like to sideboard?
Yeah, if I see that they are on like Chalice, then maybe I keep one or two in. But
Okay.
I typically like to do it this way, and the reason why this configuration is good too is because against these decks without Force Soul, you want to be able to make mana, and Shepherd doesn't make mana by itself.
Okay. And there's any consideration for Thought Seize because of the equipments?
No,
And it's not good?
I think you want speed. You don't care about like you want race.
Gotcha.
One second.
Okay. This is kind of dicey, right?
It's like a little bit nice. It's like borderline. I honestly probably keep, but it's close.
You keep this one? Okay. All right, then we'll keep it
The
in.
reason being is because like the 6 without the hook is still like okay. That would be my reason.
Mm-hmm.
And you had essentially 3 mana, but one of them's gonna die probably. And Collector was like pretty solid. Swords is pretty solid.
Okay, we'll keep them. So does LCQ ones like I guess the value is really bad then, is it? Or if you go for one, is that good?
You go 4-1, you get so to enter it's 300 what's it called play points, and then you have 40 QPs. But you go 4-1, you get 450. So like I guess like maybe more QPs, but like 4-1's pretty good too, I guess.
Right. Okay. Do we sort this thing right away or we ramp?
I think given
Oh man, they mulligan to 4 cards. Or I'm sorry, 5. I'm sorry.
it's a little awkward, right? Because if we don't swords now, like whatever they have is gonna be live later on. So I think we probably have to.
We're doing our best impression of a Maverick deck.
You know what I mean? Right? It's a little awkward there.
No, it makes sense. GT again. Do we just kill this thing or play oof?
I don't think you need to kill that right now. Like,
Well, I was wondering because since we don't have any more white sources, like there's
we had the second one. So what you can do is actually I honestly think we want to go for a turn 3 natural order.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they can breed progenitors. I would probably just ram it and pass, and you hold up swords in case like I don't think they play. Oh, you don't fetch, but I think you just want to just tap the savannah for the green sun and just get an arbor here.
Ah, I was gonna leave the Savannah plow up.
Well, the Misty can get hit too, right?
Right. No, so I'm saying like I can. Oh, hold on. Are we playing two Savannahs?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That was my mistake. I thought it was only one.
No, no,
All
no.
right.
Yeah. So typically the reason why it's two savannas is because you want your removal. You want a second fetchable land for your removal spells.
Okay. So just ramp.
So if
I'm sorry.
right. So
Okay.
if we were on decays, then yeah, then same thing. Where you want two bayous. But I see why you wanted to do that. Yeah, because we have a second savannah if need be.
Right. Okay. I thought I was gonna fetch for a forest and grab the Dread Arbor, but so okay. So we're just gonna wait for them to. Uh, do I fetch for the other Arbor here?
I
Oh no, we're gonna go for progenitors, right?
Right. I think you probably not. To be honest, you probably want to save it in case like they do something that changes your line here, like if swords on upkeep or something.
Okay.
Looks like they're thinking about it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think you want to fetch first and then see if they react to it, and then you can just natural order if they don't.
Okay. So just get another Savannah,
Yeah.
or get a.
Like we're not playing around wasteland here, right?
I know. I was thinking like that's the option to get a Bayou, but I don't think we're gonna get to threshold anytime soon.
No. That's like super late game. So Cabal is actually really nice against DNT because it allows them to play Peacekeeper.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Alright, so I don't think they can beat this. Like they have like one counter judgment, and it's like out of 80 cards.
I don't think they play. I don't think they bring Constant Judgment against your deck.
Yeah, probably not. Like
Oh.
because like it's usually bad, and when it's good, you kind of it's hard to have the one ups too.
Mm-hmm. Flicker Wisp. Okay. Aha, they think they're gonna fly over.
They're probably gonna get the Cauldron right here.
Yeah.
I would imagine. Banner Skull is like too slow here.
I bought a Cauldron complete the other. Oh, they got a. Oh, that can be
Iron
that can be problematic. Oh, I mean, we have the Collector Roof, I guess.
Well, we have swords too, which is huge here.
Right. Oh, they're at 21 too. Should keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that's gonna matter. Like, if we need 3 hits with it, then so be it.
So I think I'm gonna play the Collector Roof, right?
Yes. You probably want to leave white up.
Should have equipped.
Well, even if they equip, they can't use the thing, right?
Oh, right. Yeah. We just get counters.
Exactly.
Oh, so they're gonna get the Solitude probably.
Skyclave, maybe? Oh, actually, Solitude makes sense.
Yeah. Or maybe like a Mother
They have a
Rose,
white pitch.
if they think they have enough time.
I don't think they have time.
Or they're just guessing this thing just to look through their deck to see if they have an out.
I mean...
Oh, Peacekeeper. There you go, you called it. You might as well attack, son. What? No? Okay.
Yeah, they should have attacked.
Yeah.
So if we didn't have the swords, it's a little bit dangerous sometimes to expose the Cabal Pit to Wasteland. Because we know that's one of the ways I've been beating Peacekeeper pretty consistently. Like, it's actually pretty bad for them when they go for it because they just tax themselves 2 every turn.
Right.
I'd probably play the Visionary. The life doesn't really matter.
So now they're probably gonna play Peacekeeper and say go.
Right. And then we're just gonna swords in and then they lose.
Peacekeeper. Sorry, supply shares. Okay.
Sure. if the life mattered, you can fetch in response to gain 2 extra life, but it doesn't.
Oh no, yeah. Okay.
That's pretty easy.
I mean, we play against Death and Taxes, so it's kind
To be fair, I've had people come to me and say that, and I agree actually that the matchup is a lot harder than it was before.
No, it is. It is.
And,
They got more new cards than Elves did, I think.
it's that, and it's also the cards that they got are like relevant against elves, like because they're playing 80 cards now,
Mhm.
so they added 20, right? But I looked at the 20 cards that they added, and all of them are like relevant against elves. Like Solitude is really good.
Mhm.
Spirit of the Labyrinth is really good. Like copies 3 and 4. Same thing for Recruiter. And their worst card, they only have like one card that they added that's not good, and that's Charming Prince is not really good against elves.
Oh yeah. I don't think they played Charming Prince in the 80 card version, right?
I think they played one.
Let me see, because I think I tried to play that list the other day, and no, this is like an old one. I don't know what. You're right. That's what it is. Oh, I guess it was. No, what is it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess you're right. Yeah. I think that's probably the same list that our opponent was playing.
Yeah. So I know the card that they talk about a lot is Palace Jailer. I know like XJ Cloud doesn't really like the card.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably how he probably feels the same way about that card as I do Neto Sentinel.
Right.
Because
Mm-hmm.
I've joked with him in the past, like a year ago, on Twitter that he says Palace Jailer is only good in the mirror and bad elsewhere, and I said, well, welcome to my life. Neto Sentinel is kind of the same thing, right? It's like
Oh yeah.
good
Yeah.
in the mirror, but like Reclaimer's
Bad
a lot
against
stronger
everything else.
otherwise.
Right. Oh, currently, yeah, it's another Flicker Wisp. Well, sort of, because
It's a 2-mana, so you can Recruiter for it.
yeah, but you
and
can't
then, like,
Flicker
play-
Wisp your opponent's permanent though.
Sometimes all you need is to flicker out, I don't know, Stoneforge or whatnot.
I don't know. And I understand the card is good. I used to like playing the Esper Violist that what's his name, Jeff Lynn played.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to play. I used to love playing his list.
Mhm.
And I mean, it works really well. Good at Drake, but
I mean, that's a sick interaction.
yeah. Oh man,
He's
also
not
happy.
going down too,
So
but
the other day, there was a friend of mine that I mean, he usually borrow cards from me, like, but sometimes I borrow cards from him too. And the other day, like, we went to the stores here started doing like paper events again.
Mhm.
And he's like, in the past, like one time, he talked to me. He's like, oh, I found like a tropical island that was under my mattress one time. Like he just found one. Like his apartment's a mess. And then the other day he was like, oh, I found a bunch of new cards. Like, no, that I thought I lost them. And I was like, oh, what did you find? He's like, oh, I found like a transmute artifact or something. And I was like, where did you find this? Like,
right?
he was like, oh, behind my desk or something. It's like a $200 card. No, I didn't know. I was like, oh yeah. He's like, oh, I also found like a Gilded Drake. Like those fell behind my old computer. I was like, can I hold on to it? He's like, yeah, you can hold on to it because like I have one that I bought like a long time ago. So and I really want to find a second one for this deck, but the card is like $200.
second one.
Yeah, and it's kind of
Golden Drake is $200 now?
maybe more actually.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I bought one for like $50 like 3 years ago, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna buy a second one, right? Because I saw this list, and by the time I saw it, it was like already over 100. So I was like, this card is kind of dumb for me to pay like $100 for.
Wow, I did not realize that card was so
Yeah.
expensive. I guess it's because it's good in EDH.
Yeah, that's definitely, and it's on the reserve list too. So
Oh, okay. I did not know
Yeah.
it was on the reserve.
that was
list,
one
but
of the times because I keep up like Jeff's list like when I was playing Esper Vial for a little bit.
Uh,
And one time he posted like a list, he was playing like 4. I was like, holy shit, there's no way I'm ever gonna play this deck in paper because yeah, like this one plays like 3. I was like, but well now I got 2, so I was like, it's fine, but
you said you have everything for elves at least, right, on paper?
say what?
You have everything for elves, right, on paper?
Yeah. The only thing I didn't have from your list was Grist because I hadn't nobody was playing paper before, but
Right.
But,
No, I haven't even picked up the Shepherds yet.
well, the Shepherds I do because I mean, I got like one from one person, the other one for the other person. Like I ended up finding like sort of like good, quote unquote, good deals on them, and then so I got all
No,
4.
if you can do it, more power to you. Like, I've been waiting, actually. A buddy of mine, actually, I know the LGS store owner. I asked him, like, oh, if you can, you see a Shepherds on like pretty cheap, pick it up for me, and I'll just use my store credit buy it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was able to find like a few here locally, and then there's like a friend of mine like in Connecticut found like two for kind of. I mean, they weren't cheap, but like no, they're below market price. So
That's reasonable.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
the main. Go ahead.
Hold on. Oh man, we're still waiting. Goddamn.
Wow. Is
What
this
is?
the first time you're playing with? No, you played with Gris before, right? Online.
I think I had in the deck, but I didn't get to see it.
Oh, gotcha.
So.
Yeah, that card is very good against control, as you can probably imagine, and it's like decent
Oh.
against
Against Delver.
Delver even.
Yeah, just kill
like if you untap with it, the game's over.
I think this person usually plays control, if I'm not mistaken.
Your hand is would you keep? And then I'll tell you what I think.
I mean, maybe.
I would keep this, and for the same logic we kept the other hand, because if you take out the hoof, that's actually a pretty good 6.
On the blind, like it seems okay.
Yeah, like a hoof you can, and because you have a cradle and a reclaimer, you can actually get to 8 mana at some point. Ooh, green white depths.
That's what it seems like, man.
That's what it seems like, yeah.
So we play Savannah Reclaimer?
I actually want to play around Wasteland. What is your logic for playing the Savannah here?
Because if you need to go get Arbor for the natural order.
Yeah, you can do that. I guess that saves us later on, because we can actually change the Savannah into a Arbor with Reclaimer later, so I think that's fine, yeah. You can go with Savannah Reclaimer.
Okay.
For more mana. You know what I mean, right? Reclaimer's really good because it washes all your forest into arbors.
Right. Oh, they also... Yeah, I just realized they also have this thing.
Yeah, so if you draw a Queen Ranger, it's going to be real good for us. That's actually why I don't play, Yavimaya. Like, one of the questions I got when that Modern Horizons 2 comes out, what came out was, what about one Yavimaya Grove? And I don't know if you know Josh Tempo or not, but he
I don't think so.
He tested the card for me, and he said, "Yeah, it probably hurts us more than it helps."
I can see that. I mean, they're kind of close to combo next turn.
So are we, though.
Ooh,
that's pretty good. So what's the line here? Let's see. I'm gonna test your elves knowledge right now.
I mean, I'll probably go Cradle Birchlore.
So I think it's important to lead with the Ranger first before playing the Cradle, because you don't want to expose the Cradle to like a crop rotation wasteland.
Right. So you have the mana to activate Reclaim if you need to.
Exactly. So that's one thing that's different about this compared to Daze decks, where Daze decks you probably do it the other way, right?
Because you want to be able to pay for days, yes.
Exactly right. So here we actually now, if we draw well, we have a hoof next turn.
So
but we have to get a little bit lucky. Huh?
Do we need to draw a creature next turn?
Yeah, we need a 1-drop, and then we can hoof next turn. And you see the line, right? We're gonna wash the Savannah.
Yeah, we're gonna turn the Savannah into a Arbor, right?
Exactly. So we just have to hope for a 1-drop here off the top.
They might go for crop. No, they didn't.
They might. I think they're gonna go for the combo. It's because it seems like they have crop rotation, so they can crop rotate the Arbor for a. Oh, that hurts. Here. I think we don't have lethal, but we can potentially cut them off the crop. So what we can do is we can pretend like we're going for a hoof and then get the Archon name instant.
Okay.
Because we don't have. And the best way I think to pretend that is you fetch, you play the fetch, you and then you get Arbor, and then you pitch it because that looks like we're trying to go for lethal, right?
Right.
If you pitch the Rangers, they might suspect that it's Archon.
Oh, you can't even use the. You have my ability? Huh. I thought that's how it works.
Yeah, they might just let this resolve. Who knows? If they're careless, they let it resolve.
Newt, hold on a sec. There's a fellow Brazilian player in chat that was asking to ask you how is Elves against the combo decks in the format. Like, no, he said for example, like Doomsday and Show and Tell.
Okay, so I apologize. I don't speak. Is this Portuguese or Spanish?
Yes, Portuguese. Newton, don't say Spanish.
Oh, sorry.
Just kidding. All right, instant, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So sorry about that. I meant Portuguese, but the Doomsday matchup, in my opinion, is very difficult. The Show and Tell matchup, if it's Omni, I think it's pretty even. Depends on the draws. If it's Sneak, you're probably slightly
Favored?
disadvantaged.
Oh, disadvantage.
No. Yeah, slightly disadvantaged, but it's winnable. I think what's really helped the combo decks, the combo matchups with Force of Will, is Shepherd, and then against the Graveyard base decks, obviously Reclaimer is really good.
Oh, right. Oh, we don't want attack here, right? We just pass a turn, right?
You probably don't get punished, I think, for attacking, right?
Oh, that's right. They can't make it into a...
Yes. The 3 damage, I don't know if it could matter.
You might, right?
Because the thing is, we can't protect our land anyways from Wasteland because we don't have the mana.
Yeah, yeah. So like, there's no reason not to attack. Yeah.
Right. There's no reason not to attack, exactly.
Mad Maniacs. Então, se for Show and Tell com Omni, fica difícil. Se for com Sneak Attack, é mais fácil pro Doomsday. Pro Elf. E Doomsday é difícil. Se for deck com Cemitério, tem o Reclaimer que ganha. Okay, can we beat that? Can we beat Mirage?
Yeah, we can.
Huh.
Hope is a lot of damage. Like we just need to for them not to wasteland us, and they play Span already, so they can block the hoof with the Merit Lodge, but like that's a lot of damage right now.
Son of a gun! I wish we could at least draw. So are we just gonna play Cradle? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, you go ahead.
So just Cradle, play hoof, right?
Correct. Like we want as many attackers as possible, so. We don't want it's not worth it to glimpse and then just like lose the Arbor as an attacker.
Mas Maniac, a gente não tá jogando com Deafening Silence agora. I just asked about Deafening Silence.
I think Deafening Silence is like decent against Storm and Doomsday. The problem with it is like Test is really popular right now, and so is Ruby Storm. And 2 things can happen. Test typically boards in removal for Collective. So I think Mindbreak Trap is probably better at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And the issue with Deafening Silence against Ruby Storm is it's really good if you get a turn 1, but sometimes you don't get a turn 1 if you're on the draw against Ruby Storm.
Yeah, the deck is crazy that they can go off on turn 1.
Yeah. So it's kind of annoying, to be honest. And like I started playing Mindbreak Trap because of it.
No, I remember when that deck, like, was it 2 years ago? I think maybe like when it was in the beginning, it was kind of like a meme, right? Like people didn't really take that deck seriously.
And even now, I think a lot of I didn't personally take it that seriously until recently, and I kept running into it. Especially like Tony Scapone.
Yeah. I think he's probably about the only one that's like putting a lot of work into it. But I mean, I always thought the deck was decent. Like, but years ago it was just like very memey because the deck would go off like on turn 4. Like, so I was like, no, that's not a good combo deck in Legacy, right?
But if you go off on turn 4, you better be like super resilient, like Elves.
Correct, yeah. Or like Ant used to be back in the day, but there was
right.
But then I was like,
it's too bad.
But nowadays, like, no, the deck is very, very good at going off on turn 1, which is scary.
Right, if you're not gonna have protection, you better go off fast.
Right.
Alright,
so what do we do here? I mean, obviously, Source of Plowshares come in, right?
Oh, I'll be alright. That should be straightforward. Any Merit Lage deck, Source of Plowshare is really good.
Mm-hmm. Bog can come out, right?
Yeah, I don't think we care about it.
And so is Scavenging Ooze too.
Yep.
And hold on a second, let me 2 more. I don't know. Do you
One
like
of them is
Shepherd here?
obvious. I think we need the speed actually here.
Okay.
Because this is a race, right? Like we want speed, and that's a hint to what should come out.
Ooh, hang on a sec. So Grist comes out then.
Yes.
Hold on.
This is
You don't
slow.
like Grist?
Not here, because I think Cabal Pit is better.
Okay.
Because I've had it come up where Cabal Pit can shrink the merit ratio of 1919, sorry 1818, and then you live.
No, this sounds like super corner case-ish, but
No, it hits God of Teak too. That's the other thing.
oh, that's true. Yeah. Oh, yeah, they're playing Greg too. Yeah.
I would swap the Archon for Progenitors, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the reason being is because Archon shuts off your own swords.
Oh, hang on a second.
And
What are the
then-
2 cards we take out before it?
Wirewood and Visionary. One Wirewood, one Visionary,
Okay.
and then that's it.
Oop.
Yeah.
Oh, they also said they played against you a few times when they were playing Delver on Magic Online. So
Oh, what's your username?
Magic Maniacs. Qual que é o teu... Esqueci qual que é o teu nome no Magic Online. Oh, man. That's hilarious. Ah, it's the same one. It's Magic Maniacs too, with a K.
Oh, okay. I think I vaguely remember it, but I don't think we played much though. Right? Is that accurate, Magic Maniacs?
Ô, Fausto, tudo bom?
So take a guess at what I would do here.
Probably Mulligan.
I actually would keep this.
Okay, well then we just play turn 1 Elvish Reclaimer then, right?
No, I think you want to race with Glimpse.
So-
We don't have the Wasteland
so ramp it?
in our deck. Yeah, I think you want to ramp and brace here.
Okay.
Because this hand, even though it has a Progenitus, the other 6 is like really fast. You know what I mean?
Right. Now, if we draw a Source of Ploughshares, do we kill this thing?
Probably.
Okay. And we just got a basic forest, right?
Yeah. I mean, we don't have swords yet, and we have another fetch, so. I think ideal draw, obviously, here is
Cradle.
A cradle.
Yeah.
But
I'm a noob, and even I can tell the crate is like really good.
it's the most powerful card in the deck. As I don't know if you've already played with it enough or not, but to me it feels by far the most powerful card in the deck.
I don't know if I asked you, when did you start playing like Legacy?
Legacy or Elves? I guess that's kind of the same thing,
Yeah.
right? For me, because it started with Elves. I would say probably late, like 2013, like end of the year.
Okay, then was Elvis playing like still like not playing 4 Kratos at that time?
Elves was playing 4 Kratos by that point.
Okay, because I remember watching Star City like back in 2010 or 2009, and a lot of times they'll play like 2 Kratos and like some crop rotations and like Pendle Haven and stuff like that. I was like,
Yeah, that's like okay, I guess, but like when it got optimized, it was GP Denver and of 2013, the beginning of the year, and that one I remember because a local of mine, Vidi Yanto Wijaya, actually won that GP.
oh,
with Snowblade.
that finals was like one of the craziest finals ever.
Yeah, I remember
watching
with Lingering Souls, right?
Yeah.
So, that guy's
he beat Pat Cox, I think, in the finals, right?
yes.
Yeah.
So he goes to my LGS, and I remember too because that top 8 had Elves, and I got that Elves, and that was when they probably put Natural Order, Cradle Hoof, and Deathbright Shaman on the same deck, and 4 Cradle.
Huh.
So here, I think you want to go off.
Okay. So Glimpse.
I'm assuming you would have went off, right? Even without me here. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So Glimpse.
Because you want to draw into Natural Order here, or like other stuff potentially.
Correct. So I'm gonna not play the land first because if I draw Kratos, it's better, right?
Exactly. And you're not playing around days, so you probably play a Reclaimer here.
So Reclaimer first. That was okay. Now I can play the fetch then, right?
Yeah. Probably get Savannah, to be honest.
Savannah. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I play Symbiote, right?
Yeah, because you want to draw one deeper, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you just
Okay,
bounce
then
and redo it.
untap and bounce this guy.
Yeah. If you didn't have a Wirewood there, you probably, and if this is not a race, you probably play 2 Reclaimer because they kill one, you can untap with the other.
So here, do I just play the second the Reclaimer again?
Yeah. You want the extra draw.
Oh no, I'm saying like it could be the Heritage Druid, but oh, this is really good for. Huh.
Well, you also, leave the option of getting cradled the next turn. Is what you really do.
Right.
Not to mention if they, for whatever reason, have like something like zealous persecution or whatnot.
Zealous persecution. Wow, you. Is that because you talk about Vidiano Vijaya that's why you remember zealous persecution?
No. I've had this one Maverick player who always plays it against me online.
Hold on, but like in 2021.
No. Yeah, in 2021.
Wow. Okay.
Like I think I paired against them like every once in a while, and then they always have it for whatever reason, and main deck too. It's like insane.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Haven't seen people playing that card in a long time.
Yeah, I don't know, because the problem is like Plague Engineer is just a lot better, I think, in most cases. Although, for me personally, I think the way I built elves, I'm more resilient to actually Plague Engineer than I am to Zealous Persecution. Because I don't play that many X1s anymore.
I mean, to be fair, though, like, the last few times people played Plague Engineer versus me on elves, a lot of my stuff survived, because, like, Reclaimer survives, Wirewood Symbiote usually survives, because they're going to name elves.
Right. And,
like usually,
and Dryad Arbor survives.
Exactly. You lose like what, a Heritage Druid sometimes, maybe a Korean Ranger if you have the one of in play.
Well, that and not only that, against those decks, especially these blue decks, you're boarding out Heritage Druid too. So like, really, what dies? Just the one
Visionary that
you
already drew anyways.
Right, or the Visionary that you already drew, exactly, right.
So I just let it die, right? I'm not gonna untap anything, right?
No, you just let it die. Yeah.
That card is so good.
The way we sideboard, we're pretty immune, like to Engineer, and it seems like you have the same experience, right?
Yeah, it usually doesn't really do a whole lot. Oh, we can go off here, right?
Yeah. I think we just want to see how far we can dig deep here.
Now that's when we need to play the March of the Valkyries that Julian plays on his stream. Quick
sequencing things to keep in mind. I mean, it's probably not gonna matter, but in general, you want to not tap the Arbor in case you need to attack.
Oh, really?
So the other thing is you want to lead with Ranger because again, especially against these Daze decks, in case they respond with removal too, then you can just tap in response. You know what I mean? But
is there any reason for me to green Sun Zenith for let's say for Korean Ranger instead of just playing the Birchlar Ranger?
No, you definitely play the Ranger or the Reclaimer here because you want to chain as much as you can.
Okay.
And actually, here you play around you play Rangers because you play around removal.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. You still think that's? So they're just
here.
Yeah.
Go ahead. What are you gonna say?
No, I was trying to think a way to. I was wondering if it was better to green Sun for something, but.
No, because you have active glimpse already, right?
Right.
So you want to just keep leading, and that's why the sequencing matters, right? Like that's why I definitely lead with the Birch Lore and make them respond to that, and with the Heritage on the stack, right? Because if they swords, then you well, we don't have a green source, but if you had a green source, you just don't do anything. But if you don't have a green source, then you tap in response and then make them guess, essentially. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay, so I'm just gonna play the other Reclaimer then, right?
Right.
Hopefully we see we didn't see a cradle, but
I think here we probably just play the Bayou and pass.
Let's say go. Okay.
Yeah.
Man, we drew a lot of glimpses. That's good.
I mean, it's not bad, and you have a sword, which is like really good right now.
Well, and they didn't do anything, so get a Caracas and.
Yeah, if so, you have to let me know if I think Magic Maniacs. Did you ask another question, or was that old one?
I know he was just saying that he.
I think.
Oh, he said he said he thinks it's kind of cool the way you play elves because you play more carefully than the other players.
I definitely play it closer to control deck, like, and maybe because I'm a closeted control player, but I like to think of it like how do I lose instead of how do I win, and because I think any late game Reclaimer or the Wirewood plus Visionary is just hard for most decks to beat.
Right. So do we glimpse and then Visionary or?
I actually think here, well, if we Glimpse and then Visionary. That's 3 mana. Probably fine. And then hopefully draw into a Wirewood. Sorry, not Wirewood. A Heritage. If we don't draw into a Heritage, we can always Green Sun for 1.
Okay. And then, so do you want me to tap the Bayou and the Arbor, or you prefer the Savannah?
The Savannah for now.
I really hope we find a Cradle here.
Yeah, Cradle would be really nice too. So here you can play the Cabal Pit, and then Green Sun for 1 for Heritage. And then keep going.
Okay. So they play the Shepherd and then...
Yeah, the thing to keep in mind though is you want to be able to leave up white mana at all times.
Oh, right. Mm-hmm.
So you don't want to accidentally cost yourself the game because you tapped wrong or tapped out, and then they go for the Mirror Lage.
Right. So Green Sun's in for 1 here?
Yes.
You get a Wirewood?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so what, we untap the Arbor and pick up a 1 mana elf, or do we pick up the Visionary?
Here, let me think. I actually like tapping 3 for the Heritage and then untapping the Elf, because what that does is it guarantees your swords is still alive.
Okay, so...
We're playing not to die here too.
Correct, I got you. So untap the Elf, you said?
Untap a Reclaimer, because that'll be less obvious.
Okay. So untap a Reclaimer and return the Visionary?
Right. Because in the event we don't draw another elf, we still want swords to be active.
Right, we still have white mana, yeah. Just play the Reclaimer?
Yeah, just play the Reclaimer, and we're probably just done after that.
Oh, lovely. Like, our hand is like mulligans.
If we drew another 1-drop, it would be fine to play another 1-drop there, right? Because for the same reason.
Right. Do they have enough to combo now? I didn't play Oh, okay, they're gonna try to...
Yeah, so we're gonna blow them out here.
Oh, hold on a sec. They don't actually have mana for it unless they... Oh, they do. I'm sorry.
They do. So you let them do it, and then you just... You
Right.
can't let them untap, bro, because of Sajiri Steep.
Yeah, I'm gonna... That's why I have a pause in my end of my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, they're gonna go to 39 life. How are we gonna kill them?
I mean, I've killed somebody from 50 before because of Hoof. So small thing there. You want to use the sick Reclaimer there in case you can bounce.
Oh, I see. Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because you don't have the mana anyways.
Really nice to draw a Cradle here.
So heads up play there by not bouncing the Visionary. Right? Because we need the mana, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we just make 3 mana in attack?
No, you can play the Hoof, right?
Yeah, so
I
make
see what you're
3 mana,
saying.
right?
Yeah. Exactly. So they're probably going to Glacial Chasm here, but that's okay.
What if they don't have it?
I think they do. Most lists I've seen have it. So here, I would probably attack with
Everything?
4 creatures. Not everything. The reason why not everything is because you want to keep Reclaimer up. And you don't need it right now. So you have to kind of do the math. Like,
Okay.
how much do you actually need to win? But then at the same time, if they Glacial Chasm you can actually do something on their turn too.
Okay, so you want to be able to activate...
So probably the Wirewood too, because that doesn't do anything, right? And then probably the Arbor.
No, but then I can't activate...
You can.
Oh, I can. Okay, yeah, I can. Yes. Okay.
You cannot. You just can't do it now, but you can do it on their turn.
Right, I can untap it. Yeah, okay. But it looks like we...
And this can... Yeah. So it's actually really map intensive here because, right, you have to make sure you have lethal But at the same time, if they glacial chasm you, which they didn't have, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh, you can actually instead do other things on you know what I mean. Reclaimer actually matters too because you thin out your deck, you like fetch cradle things like that.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was really thinking about the fetching the cradle part because we had the Allosaur Shepherd in play.
Right. Not so if they get chasm, getting cradle there is relevant too because you can dig deeper for with visionary and just draw into more swords and then you can never die. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And as you can see, like Grist would not have been good here because the match was all about speed, and you don't really want a planeswalker that has no real
It's gonna
impact
slow you down.
immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. Did you add this matchup to your sideboard guide thing?
I think so. I think it's updated. Like you know, I post my cyber guide, right?
I mean, I've seen on your Discord a few times.
Yeah. I think I have. Let me see. Let me bring it up actually.
Oops.
Let me see. I
Man,
think it's mostly
Cradle.
up.
I've seen
Go
Cradle
ahead.
Hoof like in almost like every hand now.
At least you've been winning so far.
I mean, this hand seems okay to me, but
1 second, let me look. Okay, so I just checked the Discord and it has a deafening silence, but most of the sideboard is up to date. No, I would mull this.
really,
And the huh?
really.
Yeah. Here's the reason.
Hmm.
It's a double mull already because the bog is kind of a mull,
Uh huh.
and the cradle and the other you have no acceleration. Like really, it's a one. Like the once upon a time has to be a land here, so the hand is kind of slow. I would mull this.
Okay. Huh.
Oof, that's the
Oh, this
worst.
one's rough. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a mulligan. This one seems okay. For a
We
5.
have no choice. We don't want to go to 4. Yeah,
Yeah.
so we keep this.
Okay, so get rid of Hoof and Glimpse.
Yes, I think that's accurate.
I mean,
Because you need mana.
for sure, Hoof. Like, no, we don't really have to explain that one, but I'll get the next one. Yeah, okay.
Because you don't want any dead cards essentially alive. Like,
Right.
especially if they're. I don't think they're on Delver, but for instance, if they are,
Mhm.
then you get extra punish.
I played against this person the other day. I'm trying to remember what they were playing. It might be Doomsday. Oh, that's what they're playing. Okay.
I mean, Reclaimer's not bad here, though. I mean, the Bog would have been better, though, but.
But I think it's actually better when it's in your deck than in your hands.
Agreed. It's generally better in your deck, and I would fetch by you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
So we play Reclaimer first, right?
Yeah, in case we draw a second land. We just hope that they don't have too crazy of a start, and then the Reclaimer can kind of take
I
over
mean,
the
there's a
game.
Vengevine and there's a whole gag. Okay.
We do need a draw on land here, but if we do, I think we're in pretty good shape. Assuming they don't like go nuts here.
I think they have a Cabal Therapy and they're trying to see if we're playing Green White Depths or Elves.
It's great when I have opponents who go turn 1 Cabal Therapy me and they name like Force Will or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I've also had people do the opposite, right? Where they recognize my username and they go like turn 1 Cabal Therapy Elvish Reclaimer because they're a graveyard deck, and I'm like, man, they know what I'm on.
That happens when you play the same deck over and over again.
It does.
Someone once played I think was it a Neto or Phyrexian Revoker,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like turn 2, and then they named like Street Wraith. I was like, huh. Well, no, it was funny because like I wasn't on Doomsday that day, so I messaged them.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, I messaged them. I messaged them on. I was like, "Oh, MTG Goldfish like lied to you," and I mean they laughed. So I guess they were a good sport about. It. They're like, he was like, "Yeah, I thought you were on Doomsday." I was like,
Now I've had somebody out of the Turbo Depths.
"Mm-hmm."
Turn 1 Pithing Needle blind names Wireware Symbiote against me.
Yeah.
So here I think the line is like pretty straightforward.
Is that Birch Lore into like playing another elf?
Yeah. And then the elf you play is actually relevant. You want one you want to commit to the board that doesn't get therapied out. So probably the Heritage Druid.
Okay. so I can try to play the I guess the other ones next turn, or
That and just because heritage is a
Makes more
higher
mana.
value than everything else, right? I mean, Reclaimer is obviously higher, but you have one on the board. Right?
I think I'm just scared if they play altar.
Alter here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably lose if they alter here.
We could have Stitcher.
Sometimes they whiff too, so like. But if we
I've
untap,
never had like a Gak opponent whiff on me, but
you know what's actually a really nice line that maybe will come up later. It's nice when you can actually have an arbor out and then reclaimer it away to crack bridges.
oh, they're just gonna play whole Gak. Oh man, that's good for us.
Well, it doesn't seem like they have the altar, so that's like really good.
Doesn't seem like they have anything.
Yeah.
So do we start with a visionary first, or?
No, because you can't. Well, you can't. You have to. If you do visionary here, you have to play it off the land because you have to keep the reclaimer untapped, right?
I don't think so, Newton, because I don't think the graveyard is relevant anymore. Because they have no graveyard and they only have 2 cards in hands.
No. That's not the reason. The reason is because you want to get cradle.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So I think you do want to lead with a visionary and see what you draw. If you draw a 1-drop elf, you can just play all 3.
But so hold on. So, but do I play off the Birch Lord then?
No. So that's one mistake that some newer players will make.
Mm-hmm.
If you can heritage, you always go for it. It's always more mana. So what you want to do is you want to play the land, and then fetch for Bayou or Savannah. It doesn't really matter.
Okay, and then cast.
Probably one of your castables, right? Probably the Bayou, to be honest.
Okay.
But
And
I don't
play
think
the
it's gonna matter.
play like this. I got you.
Yes.
Can cast this, and then play the other 2
Alright.
elves.
No, and
I don't know because we
okay.
want to activate this thing. Okay.
So what you can do is there's 2 things you can do here. You can
No. I think you're right. I think we just need to activate Reclaimer and get Cradle next turn, right?
right. So you can either main phase it, but then what that would do is you can play 1 more elf. So that would be the advantage of main phasing it. But then if you don't main phase it, the advantage is you can bog them if you have to.
I highly doubt Bog's gonna be relevant in this game after the first few turns, but
I personally would play it safe.
okay. No, we can do that.
Because
There's no reason to like try to get.
if they
too
top
greedy.
deck an altar, then you can potentially lose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we can take like 1 shot from
Everything.
Yeah.
We can. Okay, never mind. I thought about blocking the Gravecrawler and fetching, but if we're gonna do that, then we should have just played the elf last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so and then
Pitch this a forest. Yeah. They can block 1, so we don't have lethal, but we can actually pump the team now and then block the Hogak if need be.
oh hey.
Well, now we just have lethal.
Okay, so do we just play 1 elf and then natural order?
Right. I usually do a good. I mean, it's good practice because like it plays around Mindbreak Trap post board, like as a good rule of thumb.
Oh yeah, but not in game 1 though.
Right. I agree.
Okay, let's play 2 elves.
In general.
Yeah. It doesn't matter which one this way.
No, it doesn't. They should be dead.
Zombies can't block hoofs. Like literally, they can't block.
So if we didn't draw the natural order there, the line would have been just like pump our guys and block the thing, and then kill them the next turn.
Right, the Hogak.
Like I don't think there's a reason to be risky there and just like leave bog down. You know what I mean? I think it's good.
It's right. Yeah, you're right. So here, I guess Grace comes out again because it's not fast enough.
Right. And same for Archon too. Actually, I think against these graveyard decks, I like to board out Archon.
Mm-hmm. And we'll bring the 2 ley lines.
Collector was really good.
Yeah, about the collector for the altar. Do you like any of the other 2 here, the sword or the mind break trap?
I don't like Mindbreak Trap because they can just continue to like if they get into a situation where they're milling a lot and casting a lot. I don't think we're gonna.
Oh, that's right. They're just gonna find a second Hogak. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
I think the swords are okay though.
Are they?
Um, it kills some of the well, you don't need it, but I think I haven't tried it to be honest. Like I haven't
Okay.
played against Hogak. Uh, I think it's probably better than some of the grindy stuff like Visionary and Waterwood though. That would be my logic.
I mean, I like Wirewood against them, but
I think that part is a little bit slow. So maybe you can okay. So we definitely need to board at least one Visionary out here. And it depends if you want to go down to 2 Wirewood, 1 Visionary. If you board in the swords.
I mean, I like it like this though. I don't think you need to change it, but if you want to change it,
Yeah.
okay.
We can do it this way. That's fine.
Okay. I think if we change our mind, let's say if we go to game 3. Oh, never mind.
There's not going to be a game 3 with that.
You don't think they're gonna see the ley line?
I don't think most Hogak players assume we have it right now.
Ah.
I think they assume we don't. But I mean, I could be wrong.
Man, Force of Vigor really changed those matchups.
Yes and no. Like, they're not just dead to it now. The problem is, you just let that resolve, yeah.
Yeah.
The thing is, like, it does help, but the problem is you're still down a card. Sometimes that matters.
Oh,
or
yeah.
sometimes they don't have the pitch.
Yeah, but there were other decks in the past that didn't really have an answer to this, and now they do.
Right. It's a lot better. I think here you want to deck in first, and before Once Upon a Time.
Do I just get a Dried Arbor? Do I get a Dried Arbor?
No. Savannah.
You're no fun. Visionary, right?
Yeah. That's pretty bad hit.
We're gonna make them their Cabal Therapy a lot better.
I know. Well, the reason why you don't get the Arbor there is like, what if you hit a Reclaimer?
That's true. No, that's true. Oh, Nathan, HC Fox, he just said. Is that a
Oh, hey, how's it going? Good. I think HC Fox is Star Fox, but I could be wrong.
I know he's from Portland.
Oh, he's from Portland? Okay, maybe I don't know then. I'm not sure.
So, you still don't think that getting a Dread Arbor makes sense? I was gonna fetch Dread Arbor, play All-Star Shepherd, and pass.
I think that is okay. That's fine. Like, you don't have to have the Visionary right now. Getting the Arbor will ramp you for the Cradle next turn.
Right, that's what I was thinking.
It's not unreasonable. Not to mention, it rewards you too if you draw a what's it called? If you draw a Korean Ranger, because you can actually just natural order for ooze, which is kind of funny if you think about it.
Bloodghast. Oh, there you go.
Just as we talked about, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, Korean Ranger.
Actually, I think you have lethal, to be honest.
Yeah, right. Because we just play Cradle.
Yeah. So you know the line here, right?
So 3 tap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so they know.
Yeah. Wow, we're 6-0.
It played out exactly how.
Oh, thanks, Anurag. Anurag just rated us with 77 people.
Thank you for the raid, NZD.
Marcelo, we got Marcelo.
The homie.
Hello, Marcelo.
So it was pretty funny because the play that we set it up for, it turned out happening. You know what I mean? I said, oh, we get rewarded if we draw a Korean Ranger.
And you're playing only one Korean Ranger in your deck too.
I mean, you'd be surprised how often that card comes up because there's green sun and whatnot for it.
Oh, thanks for the follow, GC Celestini. Whoops. No, I mean, Korean Ranger is really good. Rio cheap. You hadn't followed yet? Oh my gosh, I feel offended. No, this card I always thought was I think one of the first few times I got a list from you, that's one of the things that surprised me. They're only playing one.
Oh, you mean of the more recent list, right? Within the last year?
Yeah, the Korean Ranger.
It turns out like when you're trying to play as many good cards as possible, like you have to make the tough cuts. And my personal opinion is, I think Ranger is still a solid card. Like if Shepherd or Reclaimer or something got banned in the future, for instance, I wouldn't mind playing more copies of Ranger. I
It's unlike what I think of Neto Sentinel. I don't think it's win more.
Mm-hmm.
It just happens to be a card that I think we can live without, if that makes sense.
All right. Well, it's also a good thing that you said Shepherd. Remember how like a few months ago people were talking about like banning this card?
Some people are talking about banning that card, not necessarily because it's too strong, but because the play patterns are kind of
Eh,
shitty.
as long as they have the Ragavan and Urza Saga in the format, people are gonna completely forget about Shepherd.
I mean, my personal opinion is and I don't know how you feel. I don't even think it's the strongest feature in the deck.
What, Shepherd?
Yeah,
Oh no, definitely
I,
not.
yeah, I do not think the card is the strongest feature in the deck.
No, it's good, but it's not. It's not the. No, for sure not.
It's more annoying than anything else.
Corporations are not people. Elves are not dinosaurs. Eh, I'm not. I'm not gonna argue against that one.
Like
This one's a keep,
go
right?
ahead. Yeah. I think if they ban Shepard, I probably wouldn't even care that much. Like the Chalice matchup gets a lot worse, but that's about it.
Isn't the data black decks? Peraí, hold on a second. Oh, GCVL Celestini. Ai, obrigado, boa noite, boa noite.
It depends on the version, Repo Chief. So like Romero and I talked about this a little bit before the Anurag's nice raid, but the way I built this deck is it's pretty like insulated against Plague Engineer. Because the way you board to, like you don't really have X1s post board, and the ones you do are like Visionary that already just cantrip.
Do we try to bait a daze here first, or I just thin the deck and then play the ones?
I think thinning the deck is more important here.
Okay.
Because out of 5 looks, it's the percentage is actually pretty relevant. I'll probably get a basic, yeah, just base.
Another Reclaimer?
Yeah, I mean everything else is pretty bad, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and they're probably gonna swords or prismatic ending the Reclaimer if I were to guess.
They said
like
no
they,
reg,
they,
no
they
reg,
have
no reg.
8 removal spells in here.
When have I ever played bad
Oh, do
reg?
you know the opponent?
No idea who that is.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hopefully.
Yeah. So Repo Chief. I think the traditional list will struggle against Plague Engineer because like of how combo oriented it is. But my version, I don't think cares as much.
So do we just play Visionary, or we save this to get a Cradle?
I think here Birchlore is actually like kind of ramp. What I would do here is actually Birchlore into Visionary. And then probably save the fetch, play the Savannah.
Okay. So we attack, right?
Oh no. Oh, I think sorry. No, don't attack, don't attack.
Don't attack?
I
Why?
think you misunderstood what I meant.
Oh.
I want you should play the Savannah and then tap the Birchwood plus the Reclaimer for the Visionary.
Oh, okay.
But you can tap now for the Bayou, I guess.
Okay. Sorry, not this one. My opponent just asking if I'm playing Elvis. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't really change. The fetches are really good in this deck, so that's why I try to save them. But I don't think it matters too much that we, fetch instead of just playing the Savannah there.
I told them I'm playing Mono Green Storm. But no fair decks are playing what? PE? What is PE? Oh, Prismatic Ending.
No, Plague Engineer.
Plague Engineer.
I mean, it's a little bit harder to build around Terminus. And one way we do it is with Gris. Like having a Planeswalker you can tutor for is like pretty good. And it's come up a few times against these blue control decks, which I think are pretty favorable for Elves.
Do you think they're holding a Hull Breacher here?
Seems like it, yeah. Could be Force and Negation too, but Hull Breacher seems accurate. What you can do here is we actually have the mana to go for the what's it called? We have the mana to go for the Gris if we want to play around the Hull Breacher.
Okay.
The other thing that is live too is we can just unlock the we can just let me think.
I was
3 mana, 4 mana.
Yeah,
I think we can do that. We'll Breeze Sun for 3 and see how they respond.
for 3. Do you want to play Savannah or not?
Yeah, because you want to play around Terminus here.
Okay. I was thinking the other option would be to just pass the turn and try to get Kratos at the end of the turn, because then we can do so much more next turn. I feel like they're gonna counter. Oh man, we got Spell Pierced. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna attack, right? Because they probably have the. Oh
yeah, I would not
no,
attack.
it doesn't have.
Yeah. Well, they got a Snapcaster or something, but I think it's probably fine.
I mean, if they want to block with Snapcaster, that's probably okay. Because they're at 10 life, so.
Spell Pierce was a new one. Yeah, I don't think they're playing a traditional Bat Miracles list, so they might not have even had the Hull Breacher there.
I mean, it's hard.
I don't know.
It's hard to tell. Like when you see those colors, they could have them in the main deck, right? Oh, they're 6 life too.
Jace maybe or Supreme Verdict.
Supreme Verdict would. Oh, okay.
Oh, makes sense, I guess.
So Guardian Lantern. Huh. That's a good one. Not against elves though.
Actually, you know what they should have eaten, right? They should have eaten a land.
Yeah, because of a Reclaimer.
Right, and it's not like they didn't know about Reclaimer. They just killed it.
It's probably like one of those things. Like, it doesn't matter. I'm just gonna do it.
Reclaimer bashing for 3 actually is pretty relevant. I don't know play Arbor yet. I think you're just gonna lead with Glimpse and see how they respond.
Lead on a Glimpse?
Yeah. The reason why not to play Arbor is in case we draw into a Cradle, right? It completely changes the dynamic.
Oh, let it resolve.
Yeah, and I would probably just play the Heritage off the Savannah here. If it was post board, I would do the opposite. I would play it off the Bayou to keep.
Okay, so we keep going.
Yes. You want to play it off. No, you want to play it off the Bayou here because we don't have any black mana.
Okay.
That way we can attack if need be, right?
I mean, they are at 5 life.
Right. So instead of tapping the 3 there for the Heritage Druid, I'm playing it off the land, is what I'm saying. You have another attacker. Or 2 attackers, potentially.
Ooh, I think now we attack then.
What did they do?
They just drew a card off a lantern.
No, we can still keep going, right? Like.
So make 3 mana and.
Yeah, you want to keep going.
Okay.
Like the 2 damage here is not as important as the drawing cards because you can just draw into a kill too.
So do we save Shepherd for last or do you just play now?
No, you play it here. Like in general, when you have active Glimpse, you want to play your 1-drops first.
Okay.
And here you can actually tap 3 and then Green Sun for a Warwood again. And just like dig deep, right? Play around Terminus and things like that too.
Yeah. I mean, they drew a lot of cards with Sylvan Library and so untap an elf, a 1-mana elf, right?
I would untap the Birch Lore and bounce the Visionary here, and just dig 2 deep. Because if you draw into a Cradle, you win. Right? Because you activate with Shepherd here.
Do I? Oh, what? Okay.
It's exactly 6 right now. Okay, so we're 1 short. And then actually we can actually draw even 1 more here. By just playing the Ooze.
Yeah. I was thinking about using Green Sun into. Oh, okay.
Okay, so there's 1 behind. But you essentially against these non-dazed decks, you want to leave your 1-drop. You don't want to use you don't want to make your land drop unless you immediately gain mana from it. And it's kind of hard for me to describe without a.
No. I was thinking the Green Sun Zenith, since we could Green Sun Zenith for 1. I was thinking Green Sun Zenith for another Wirewood. But then it wouldn't.
Yeah, but
anyway.
It's not bad. What you can do is you can preemptively bounce a creature and then save another creature on their turn. So that's like okay too. All right.
Do
so
we have enough mana
here,
to play Archon and Natural Order for it?
Oh, we can check. Right. Hold on. We have 6. Oh, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, we do with
Plus-
the Heritage Druid. I think we do.
Yeah. So you want to play the Reclaimer first, actually.
Yeah. The 1 mana things are
It's free,
at this
right?
point.
With the Cradle.
Yeah.
And then you can hear.
So we can try to get the Archon first, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so these right here don't matter as much. So we can do like this, right?
Yeah. All
Instant.
right. Now it's protected too. Your win.
It'll be funny if I name sorcery. Hoof
I've misclicked before.
is 8 mana, right?
Yeah. I have actually misclicked before at 7 and just like cost myself the game.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Alright, so they're playing some kind of control deck. Do you like to swap the progenitors for the Archon?
Yeah. I mean, they seem like a slower deck, right?
Yeah.
Here I board out all the heritage. Like, I don't want to lose the Terminus.
Okay. What do we bring again? Thoughtseize?
So it's interesting too because like against the Bant Miracles decks, I know they have a lot of creatures. So I actually been liking the swords. But we can try it, right? Because they have like containment freeze and things like that. I've been liking swords better than Thoughtseize lately. Against black
I mean, they could
decks,
also
you
have like
definitely want-
silly things like Meddling Mage too, right?
Melee Mage I haven't found to be particularly good against us because they have a guess and they often guess wrong.
Wait, do you swap like a ball pit for the bog or no?
I was swapped before a Cradle actually because you don't really want 2 Cradles against a non-Wasteland deck.
Cradle?
Yeah, so you go down to 3 because you don't really want to have 2.
Okay. So bring the 3 Swords of Plowshares?
Yeah, you don't want the full set. 3 is probably good enough.
Okay.
And then I think there was one more chain that we hadn't done.
You said no to Thoughtseize, right?
No to Thoughtseizes and
Then it seems fine then, right? Okay.
I think given what we have here, we can probably just play 1 Heritage instead of the second Birchwood.
Oh,
but
man.
it's not a big deal either way. But to be honest, Birchwood tends to be better than Heritage in these fair matchups anyways.
Oh, we keep this one, right? Oh, they're playing Urian. I didn't even notice that the first game.
Yeah, they're playing Yorian.
Urian.
Or is it Urian?
I have no idea.
I thought it was
it's a
Yorian,
fiction,
but I could be wrong.
it's a fictional name, so I think you can probably pronounce whatever way.
But no, your hand is like
Just for the
solid,
love
though.
of God, don't say Rashidan port, like, because that's not real. Like, English is not even my first language, and I can tell that it's not how you say the name of that card. But anything else, like, no, the fictional names, like, I don't know, like Yorian, I don't know.
I think here it's a pretty obvious when you do turn 1, right?
Is it? I
think so.
was gonna green something for the thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what you do.
Okay. And we know what thing we're talking about.
Yes. There's only one thing you can do.
Reese,
Spell Pierce,
Haddon,
maybe?
Port. Oh, Toad's Horse. Yeah, jeez. Thanks for hanging out. Oh, they're probably gonna spell Pierces again.
Good games, Toda Horse. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Oh, Flusterstorm.
Yeah, so they're playing like a ton of permission.
So aggressive.
It's pretty good. Like basically, STP on Arbor.
Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. But the Green Suns
It's
doesn't
even
go back
worse,
to the
right?
deck too, so it's kind of...
Yeah, that hurts us to be honest. We like Green Suns.
Yeah. Do you play with these in paper or do you play with the Portal ones?
That's a good question.
Is
I
it?
play with the Portal ones. I just thought they were cool, and so I picked them up.
I play with these in paper, but the Portal ones look cool too.
I just happened to pick them up at the time. Here, I think. Well, okay. I'll ask you. What do you think is the correct play?
No, I mean, we're gonna play the Visionary. I think.
Correct. Right.
But
It's 100% the Visionary.
I'm just trying to see if I
And
want to
not
play
off the
Ball
cuff
Pit
off
or
it.
if I want to play the Mr. Rainforest.
Yeah.
I mean,
The Mystic is correct.
You think the Mist is correct? Okay.
Yeah, because this early in the game,
Do we get a Bayou though?
uh, I personally right here would just get the basic because you never know when they're gonna do like stuff like back to basic on us.
Right.
Like I've had people do really strange things against me.
3 visions, 1 portal is the correct split. Huh. But hold on a second, Nathan. What if you're just playing 3 natural orders? Oh man, they're playing Saga. What are they gonna look for with this?
Saga tends to be pretty bad in my opinion. Opinion against us. Like it's pretty slow. Like
It is kind of slow.
here I would play the fetch and attempt to visionary, see what they do. If they hold breacher, you swords it.
If they do what?
If they hold breacher you.
Oh, okay. Do we play Wirewood?
Yeah. We just play the Waterwood here.
What is
Now
it?
that we've seen the saga, actually, they probably don't have back to basics, to be honest.
So do I attack?
We do because we're planning to bounce one visionary at least on their end step anyway. So if they have a containment freeze here, then we just bounce it and then don't bounce on their end step.
Right. Is there anything that Saga can search? I'm trying to think that.
Pithing, you know, but like they can't do it right away.
Right. One kind of masters, 1 portal, 1 Strixhaven, Mystical Archive. They have one of those. Then -1 visions. Okay, guys. So much for like trying to have everything matching.
We actually potentially have lethal here, but it doesn't play through removal.
I think
It
if they
depends
tap
what they
out,
do.
right? Oh,
Okay, so the EE, that's fine.
yeah, but we're gonna get
Not-
wireless built.
Mm-hmm.
Do we? I think we can tap her and pick it up, right?
Okay. What you think we pick it up? Or
I think
don't
I think
pick
I
it
do because I think that's gonna force them to do this right now.
up? Agreed.
Like,
But that's part of it. But my reasoning for it is a different reason. Like it's a little bit dangerous here to go for the kill when they have like 3 mana up.
of course, I mean, no. I mean, you're saying the same thing I'm saying, but in a different way. I basically just want to make them tap out.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna pop it, which is
Correct,
actually good for
yes.
us here.
Well, they left a blue, but that's probably like a Fluster Storm or a Spell Pierce.
Yeah, but we can play through that actually. You wanna? Okay.
So we play the Shepherd first,
Not
right?
yet. Not yet.
No? Okay.
Okay. What do you think is the correct line here, or what do you think I would do here?
I mean, I was going to play Shepherd, then Visionary. Oh, hold on, but then we don't have 4 mana, right?
The fact that they popped there tells me that they're scared of the recursion. But I think
they might
here,
have Cage.
like,
That's right. His era just brought up a good point. They might have Cage.
yeah, they might have cage. So I want a natural order now, and I want a bash with visionary, play the shepherd, play the cradle, pitch the visionary, get the progenitus.
Okay.
That would be my line.
No, you're right. I for some reason I thought that I was gonna be able to have 4 mana after casting the 2 creatures, but okay. So Shepherd,
Mm-hmm. And then
Cradle, and then the second Visionary, right?
Yeah. So now they're on terminus or supreme verdict or bust, right? And then
Right.
we don't have to commit much to the board besides things like that can cantrip like visionary.
I mean, pretty soon we can just pump our. They say, what if I terminus right now? I mean, that'll be sweet for you.
Your opponent seems to like to chat a lot.
They do. Maybe they have. Actually, hold on. I'm looking at the card right now in front of me because I thought about putting my Saga deck that I don't know if you can see. It's a Meek Stone. Who's it? Jace. What is Jace gonna do?
I think they're just dead here.
No, they're
to be
probably.
honest. Oh, they have the needle, so they don't die. But
They can have Dress down. They could have Dress down. That is true. Do we
Or
glimpse?
yeah, we do 100% glimpse here. And then we just tap this. Yeah,
Like this, right?
because there's yeah.
Oops.
We hit another natural, we win.
We did not.
You play the windswept.
You don't want to try to hit. Well,
Well, okay. There's like two ways I guess we can do it here.
no.
The, re- the,
I mean,
the
I guess
reason
it's
why I
just.
like
Yeah, go ahead.
the reason why I like playing the windswept here is because you save immediately a mana in case you run into like it's free essentially here.
Okay.
So because yeah, what it does is it makes you. I'll get volume here by the
Yeah.
way.
Hmm.
Yeah, so it worked out for us actually.
So what do we search for with this?
Take a guess.
I was gonna say the wire. No, wirewood doesn't do anything. Oh, I guess it does. Wirewood. Yeah, wirewood. Yeah. Okay. Doesn't matter what I untap.
So
Is
I
it?
actually would have got the grist there and taken out the Jace
Oh,
because
that's right.
that's harder for them to deal with. But it's
Okay, I
yeah
thought it only killed creatures. That's what it was.
yeah. I would have gotten the Jace there to play it safe because we can lose to a Terminus here. But I think you bounce the Visionary now and then just draw. It's not that much. It's a little bit worse than the other line
Mm-hmm.
because this is not as safe. But I think we're still in an okay position.
Do we attack into Jace at all, or just stack to them?
I would probably just take out Jace, the player on dress down, and then the Shepherd attacks the player,
Okay.
right? Because we still have lethal next turn.
Correct. Yes.
But with the other line, you take out Jace and then you really pressure them now. But
Because
it's not too
well,
bad.
my reasoning was like even somehow they raft the board,
Mm-hmm.
they don't raft and have Jace in play.
Okay, so they
All right.
lost.
Cool.
Yeah. But you see
Wow.
why I would get the
No, Gris would have been better. Yes, 100%. I didn't see the Gris kills planeswalkers.
No, yeah, I often forget that too because it doesn't come up too often.
I think I usually just used to kill Delvers really, like the few times I drew it.
It's really good at killing Murktide, which is nice.
I don't think. No, I think yeah, maybe. Oh, I also killed a Death Shadow one time. That's what it was.
It kills hate bearers though, which is pretty cool.
Right. No, just one sec. I'm just gonna go pee real quick, and I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem. I gotta use the restroom too, so that works out.
Oh, son of a bitch. I could almost get on. You're back here too. Go for trophy? I mean, I'm gonna try it.
What's up?
It's okay. We're gonna play against Oops All Spell in the last round, and now I get the trophy. We came back at the exact same
Ideally,
time.
play against. Oh, we're playing against D&T once already.
I guess maybe Demosian. Yeah, Demosian. You don't know, but the truth is that Newton's house in California and my house in Virginia are the exact same size. So it takes the exact same amount of time for him to go to the bathroom and pee and come back. We
Not to mention we have the same step size.
right. They don't know, but before we started the stream, we actually choreographed the whole move. All right, another critical for my opening hand. That's funny.
Our opponent, I don't know if you recognize the username. They're on depths often.
On what?
Depths.
Oh, really?
Our depths.
I played
I
against them.
Unless they
I
changed.
don't think they were playing that, but I believe you.
as far as I know, they're usually on depths, but unless they change.
Okay.
And I think this hand is like pretty fast too, so I would keep.
Okay. Okay. Well, my friend Marcelo just said that they are on depths.
Okay, I think I played them recently. They were on green white, but I played against. They've been on all kinds of ones. I think in the past.
Okay. So do we ramp?
Yep. Yeah, and general good. That's a good rule of thumb is saving the fetches for the
For the color
the
man?
arbors in the future. Yeah, we need it. Not to mention or colored mana. We need it for like Archon or Gris.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing you could do is I think the opposite where you want to fetch aggressively is like in the Delver matchup. Sometimes like Reclaimer being a 3/4 is just huge, pun intended, in the Delver matchup. Like they have a hard time beating that card.
Right, because the bolt doesn't kill it, so yeah.
Right. And not to mention it messes with their game plan too because like Bog like hits their yard and like what is it? The channeler becomes real bad, right? Because it can't grow now.
Mm-hmm.
And you keep them off Murktide and like especially if they're trying to wasteland you, like you get a cradle, it just undoes everything all the work that they did previously, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, listen, this card is really good against Delver, yeah.
It's probably the best card against Delver. Like
Man, I'm sorry to suspect they're on Doomsday.
well Bayou though?
No, okay.
I think they're on Ants now. But I could be wrong, I don't know. They probably name
Glimpse of Nature.
name?
Okay.
Interesting. I wonder. I guess in Green Sun, like people think elves, or I would think like
Oh my gosh.
that's a terrible draw. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I would probably just play the Ranger, Reclaimer, and just like pass.
Save the fetch, right?
Save the fetch, yeah.
Okay.
That's a pretty good name though. I mean, I don't know if they've seen you stream elves before or whatnot. Maybe that's why.
I mean, it's possible, but I mean, seeing a Green Sun's in it for Dry Arbor and naming a card that's in Elves is not. It's not unreasonable.
The only thing was, I think elves is not that popular right now. I would think that they would name like Knight of the Reliquary or something.
Yeah, I can see that too.
You know what I mean? Like I think right now the most popular Green Sun deck is the
Green White
the
Depths.
Green White Depths. But
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Like I haven't seen too many elves, in the leagues and whatnot. Personally,
I see people streaming, but not. I don't play against Elves a lot.
like I lost to the Mirror. I think it was last night actually. After the LCQ, but I lost to the Mirror. They were on the Neto version. They turned to me in game 2. But besides that, I haven't run into him much.
So those are the times that Neto Sentinel is better than Reclaimer.
I think for me, I think Neto Sentinel.
Mr. Lee.
In my honest opinion, Neto Sentinel is better in the combo matches where the graveyard doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
And mostly game 1, but it's probably true game 2 as well. and it is a lot better in the mirror. But it's not like it's often not the deciding thing in the mirror. The most important thing is who has natural order turn 3 is usually who wins,
Okay.
and also who goes first, I guess.
So Kratos
Uh,
more important than Nato Sentinels.
Correct. Like I would say the order of importance in the mirror is like one who has natural order, and well, one who goes 1st,
Mm-hmm.
two who has natural order, and three who happens to have discard. Because
Okay.
discard post board seems to be pretty good. And then like Neto said, it was like 4th or 5th, like how relevant it is.
Oh, well, Mr. Lee also like rated us. Thanks for the raid.
Hey, Mr. Lee, thank you for the raid. Mr. Lee was actually streaming Modern Elves earlier
Oh, was
with
it?
their own glimpse of nature with Beast Whisperer.
I have a buddy that he used to play. He might be watching the stream actually. He used to play elves in modern.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, I have some of the cards. I never built it though, but from what I've seen, it plays out pretty differently though. At least the old version that I've seen. Maybe it's
Right.
different now.
Yeah, I haven't really played modern in a long time. I think now that we have FNMs again, I might build a modern deck just so I can go to the store on Fridays.
No. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, because we don't have legacy FNMs here, so like but they do have modern FNMs. So do we
Gotcha.
fetch for another Dread Arbor, or do we get white mana for this thing?
Uh,
Because
we get punished if we draw an Arbor,
okay.
but likely it probably doesn't matter. I think Arbor's better.
Okay.
Like I mean we're not. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna play around that.
Well, we have the white mana now.
Yeah.
um.
So thing we want to do is we have 3, 4, 5, really 6 mana. Well, okay, Birchwood pays for itself, but we have 3, 4, 5 mana, so we can't do anything. We want to be able to Reclaimer into Cradle.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to play the Birchwood first, and then you can bash, and then untap the Arbor, but you can't bash with the Reclaimer. Is the only thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So attack with the Korean Ranger.
And the Arbors, because you can actually bounce the
Oh, right.
the force and untap an Arbor.
Right. Okay.
I still do not know what they're on though.
They're playing some kind of combo.
Oh, you needed to bounce your force there and
Oh,
untap
right,
the Arbor.
right. Oh my gosh, you're right. I'm sorry. That was a mistake. We didn't play a land this turn, right?
We actually them brainstorming might have bailed us out potentially.
No, you're right.
We didn't-
Yeah, because I didn't play a land this turn, right? So I could just untap and replay the forest.
Yeah. That's the whole reason why we attacked.
We
in the
didn't
first
attack,
place,
and we didn't
not
attack with the
Reclaimer.
visionary. I mean, reclaimer.
So I think here we can salvage it a little bit. Any guess how we do it?
It's okay. We're gonna draw a cradle.
No, what we want to do now is it's not as good as our other play, but we're gonna bounce the forest, untap the Arbor now.
Untap the arbor. Oh,
Yeah, bounce the forest. Right?
oh, okay. Gotcha.
And then we're gonna bounce. You're gonna tap the Arbor, bounce one, untap the other, and then sack the Arbor for a cradle.
Okay.
So at least we can't hoof them, but we can Archon them potentially. But the only thing is we're down a land, right?
Okay.
All right, so here
So
I think you
tap.
should. Yeah.
Do we make green? So we make green mana with this, right?
It doesn't really. Oh, you can, but it doesn't matter how you do it.
Oh,
The way I would have done it is
so untap
so-
this.
right. So what I would have done was untap the Arbor, but it's the same thing here,
Okay.
and then bounce the Arbor, right? And then you can pitch the other Arbor for a cradle.
We don't have enough mana, do we?
No, we don't. We're short.
Okay.
We can natural order and try to bait out force, but I
what-
don't know about that.
What do we get with natural order though?
Oh, actually, Gris is pretty good. Yeah, let's do
Oh.
that. Pitch the.
Oh.
Oh, I would not pitch that.
Well.
Well, this threatens lethal though, so yeah, it's not the end of the world. Like it baited out force. The nice thing is because Gris is in our deck, we can still natural order for value if they let it go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of sucks we lost 2 Dread Arbors. Though.
I would have. Oh, we might be dead here.
No, they have Plague Engineer.
Yeah.
Plague Engineer is not dead. Can we hoof? Oh, no, we can't hoof, right?
No, we cannot hoof here, but we can.
Archon?
No, we're short. We couldn't. We shouldn't have pitched the arbor because
Okay,
we need
no,
the extra
we-
mana.
yeah.
But then we can't cast the. We don't have the color mana if we pitch the Birch Lore anyways.
So can natural order sack the Queen Ranger get Grist?
Yeah, I probably would do that because they're gonna plague us next turn anyways.
Okay. Okay, so do we just make it a dude?
Yeah, we're probably just plus here. And pass.
All right, it's gonna be iffy to make mana for Archon now. Oh, hang on a second. Next turn we can play. We can get Crater Hoof, right? Oh no, we're gonna be. No, hold on a second. We're gonna have 2 creatures. I mean, 2 insects. 3, so that's 6, 7. Oh, he's gonna be 1 short.
Yeah, we can Archon Demotion, that's correct. We could have just Cradle.
So do we just make another dude?
Yeah. Yeah, so chat pointed out we could have made an Archon earlier if we used the Cradle.
Well, the mistake.
But,
the mistake was like to play that. We can do Archon next turn too.
no, we don't have the white mana anymore.
We have a Savannah, right?
Yeah, we can get a Savannah.
Yeah.
We have the second Savannah we can
Yeah.
fetch for.
Actually,
Hopefully we... You want to pitch the force here, by the way.
yeah, of course.
For fetch. The thinning matters. We don't want to draw dead lands here.
Right.
But
Correct. Okay, so I'm making another dude, right?
yeah. Alright, so we have 7 mana. We might as well cash in our glimpse right now. So
Okay.
tap the Cradle for a glimpse and see if they force it.
No, we can't. We can't.
Oh, okay. No, you're right.
Unless
Yeah,
we wanted to
because of-
kill, but we didn't do that. So
No, I think we just. So they didn't force the natural order before. We can just go for the kill here. The safe play probably is. So what did they force earlier?
they
Or is it that
forced a natural order, but not the first
Okay,
one.
so that-
They forced the first one, not the second one.
So I think actually here I probably just. Well, it's kind of
And let's go for hoof.
because it's 5s.
Because
Yeah,
also,
we go
hold on a
for
second.
hoof.
I'll check this out. Because they know about hoof from Cabal Therapy. So if it sticks around too long, they're just gonna Cabal Therapy out of our hand.
That's a good point. No, you're, for sure. And they didn't have it last turn.
All right. The upside is win the game. The downside is they force. Okay.
No, you can't. You can't cast glimpse for the reason Romero mentioned earlier.
Oh, Kai is here too. Second time he comes here. Oh no, last time I was playing Doomsday. Oh, a learn. Now we just lose.
Yeah.
Oh, we do. Okay.
I mean, I kind of assumed that they were on learn because
Yeah.
they had the living wish.
As it turns out, the Cradle Hoof was the right option then.
Well, we also punted pretty hard. Like,
Yeah.
the one turn, like we needed to bounce the land. Like that set us back a lot actually.
Right. No, there was an entire turn and against combo. So. All right. So what do we like here? No
I
bog.
kind of treat this. I think they're on Yorion too. I treat them as a fair deck. Like, to be honest, I dare them to have the combo.
Mm-hmm.
They're on black, so I like Thoughtseize here.
Okay.
And it's like incidentally can be good against a learner. You just take the combo if that's what you have to do. I board out Scavenging Ooze and Badooka Bug because, yeah, I don't think that it's gonna matter. Like, if they have a Euro, it's probably late anyways.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't really like Heritage Druid in this matchup because of Plague Engine.
All of them.
You can probably go down to one, and then, actually, with this Cabal Pit, you should probably bring that in as well.
The Cabal Pit.
And then you can go down to 0. Yeah, Heritage Druid.
Where the Cabal Pit?
Cabal Pit hits Plague Engine,
Oh.
or like one of their combo pieces,
Mm-hmm.
like Cavern Harpy or whatever.
Do you like Mind Break Trap against them?
No, I don't. I try not to play like high variance against them. I think we can win a normal game against them.
Okay.
Probably also swap the because the interesting thing is, like, the Progenitus or the Archon, and I personally dare them to have a combo and rather have the Progenitus.
Really, I like Archon because
They have ways to deal with it. The Planeswalk. I don't know if they have Planeswalker in their list or not, but like,
because
the thing is, like, if Ice Fang, like, you can't attack sometimes too.
Yeah, but then okay. I like Archon versus them because you can use enchantments.
Actually, let me bring up my sideboard, man. What did I say before?
I might have it for you. Hold on a second.
Looks like I keep it in, so let's keep it in then.
With the Archon?
Yeah. I think it's close. Like, you can go either way.
I don't know.
It's nice that they don't have swords. Like, if they had white, I think
they're playing Bug.
Yeah, if they have white, I definitely don't keep an Archon.
This is a keep, right?
Oh, 100%.
Okay. Do you like Thoughtseize on turn 1?
Yeah, make sure to once first.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna cast Thoughtseize in response. No, just kidding. Okay. So we look for a Cradle here, right?
Yeah. We don't have any of that.
So just get the Shepherd?
Yeah. It's almost always right to take Cradle. There's a few corner cases where, like, if you have too many lands,
when you don't already have Cradle. Ooh, this is interesting here.
Okay, what do you think would you take here?
I don't know. I'm between like Brainstorm and Veteran Explorer.
Wait, say that again?
I said I was in between Brainstorm and Veteran Explorer.
I don't think Veteran Explorer does anything here, right?
Okay.
Like, they don't have anything.
Okay, so really it's Brainstorm or maybe Leovold?
I would probably take the Leovold, to be honest. That's the only thing you're kind
Not
of
the Brainstorm?
Your hand doesn't line up well against it right now.
Not Brainstorm?
The thing is, like, Leovold's kind of slow. We're on the play, so it's not the worst. So yeah, you can take the Brainstorm.
No, because I was thinking we're gonna
It's not the Allure, it's not the Veteran Explorer. I'll tell you that.
No,
Yeah,
do you think? Why would you think Leovold instead of Brainstorm?
Because our hand is kind of grinding. Is the reason why I would take Leovold.
Okay.
We're not gonna win for a while.
Okay. I was just afraid, like, no, if they play Veteran Explorer and then Brainstorm into Cabal Therapy.
Yeah, but there's a lot to ask, though. Like, I pretty much dare them to have it.
Oh. Okay, so...
Just Visionary here, I think, off the forest.
Okay. Alright, Cradle? No. We still have one. Oh no, we took all the heritage druids. Never mind. I was thinking maybe heritage druid would be good in this situation.
Yeah, looking at my sideboard map again, I actually think we should probably bring back the Heritage Druid because the speed in this, because this is like the 60 card version. We probably want the speed, and then we can actually board out some Wirewood and some Visionary.
Okay, they played Explore. Again.
I think you just play Wirewood and see what they do. You actually want them to force it. And then just bounce.
Bounce and draw a card?
Yeah. Probably play get a Savannah too.
Yeah. Okay.
This is what I mean by I think the Leovold's gonna matter. Like, our hand is not that fast.
Okay, yeah. No, it turns out there was the right choice to get the Leovold.
I think though, if it goes to game 3, we definitely want some heritage because I think it was probably a mistake not to keep those in, and we can trim down on Visionary and Wirewood, like based on the sideboard map I made before.
I mean, also being a combo deck, right? I think you're. I mean, they are kind of a fair deck, but they also combo.
Right. So they're like pretty fairish, and that's why I think you obviously don't board out all the Visionary and Wirewood, but I think you want some speed still.
Oh, is this one of the situations that we do bounce this back?
No, I would not bounce back.
Okay.
Yeah. Because if you draw a Cradle, it's relevant, right? Like you want the extra mana.
Right.
And if they force the Glimpse, then so be it. Ooh, that's actually really good. I think you lead with that.
Gonna Veil us.
There's no way they boarded in Veil.
No. So we take Alarm, right?
I think we take the Alarm Raids. Their hand's a little scary right now, so.
Do we just bounce? Well, they have.
I actually, in this board state, I probably just play the Shepherd and the Reclaimer.
They don't want to bounce us back since they have Decaying Hand?
No. I mean, they can always respond to it, right? Like,
no, not this part.
What do you mean?
Because
return
return the elf is like the cost, right?
It's part of the cost, but there's no reason to right now, right? Like, I think we want it on the board.
Okay. So play the Shepherd first, or it doesn't matter?
You can play the Shepherd to play around Force.
Well, they don't have Force. I mean, I guess it could. No, yeah, I guess it could draw into it, but.
I don't think it matters, to be honest.
Okay. All right.
One thing you can actually do is attack with the Visionary there, and then force them to Ice Fang, and then bounce it back, and then that might force them to decay.
No, but then they wouldn't be able. No, they wouldn't be able to decay if they were gonna Ice Fang Quaddle.
Or sorry, if you bounce the Vision, you might tempt them to decay the Shepherd, but in the event they decay the Reclaimer, that's really bad for us. So I don't think you want to risk that.
Okay.
Like
so
we need
to
the
draw Cradle here, right?
Right, and we don't. We have to reclaim for it.
Now we still don't bounce the Visionary at the end of the turn.
No, the reason being is it exposes our Reclaimer, which we need to attack.
Right.
Like if we don't draw the Cradle here, we need the Reclaimer to live. And if they get punished, right? If they target it.
Correct.
I would imagine that's something like
It's a Cabal
I don't
Therapy.
know, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Confirmed. Opponent's not sniping.
That's good. Yeah.
Not that I think they were. I'm just saying it's a joke. Anybody that's watching, I'm not.
Anytime they miss like that, or they miss off like meddling mage or any kind of name card,
Yes.
you know that they're not sniping.
It's also I'm literally saying it's a joke, not the. I know people. No, I really I'm very like against people just accusing people of sniping. I think that's not the right way to do it.
I think the times
What's up,
I've
Jax?
streamed. Hey Jax, how's it going? I think the times I streamed, there was one time where I felt like the opponent was sniping.
Oh, I got sniped a bunch of times, and I know that.
And besides that one time, I didn't call it out at the time too, but even the chat said, I don't know if you know Mental Misstep,
Oh yeah, huh?
said Reese.
I actually-
He's like
actually met him in
very
person.
suspect. Huh?
I actually met him in person too.
Oh really? Okay. So he was in chat at the time, and the reason why he said that was really suspect was because the one turn I yielded priority to save time,
Mhm.
they wastelanded me when I could protect my cradle.
Ah, right.
Does that make sense? Like
Yeah.
I just passed priority when I had a reclaimer up, and they wastelanded me the one time I yielded priority.
All right, since the opponent's taking it a little bit, I'm gonna show you what happened. The first time I know it happened. I know for sure that I was. I'm gonna show you a card, and then you tell me if you ever named this card.
Okay, what's the card? Isn't that part of a combo deck? Like or no?
No.
I'm thinking of the other card. Right?
No, this one Fox. And it's a one-off in my deck.
Okay, I would never name it.
And they blind Cabal Therapy named this card. So I was like, 100% I'm getting sniped. No, it's not Nick Fit, Jax. It's a Lauren.
Yeah, we actually threw game one because
Because
I'm not gonna name names, but
I got a little trigger happy, I guess, or something. I mean, they're gonna take our creative hoof now too.
no, they took the glimpse.
No, but okay, never mind. I think now we can do this, right? Since they can't decay.
We could, but I think we didn't want the mana, to be honest. The reason why is we can't cast Visionary and Reclaimer the same turn. No, you know what I mean?
Okay. We played the Korean Ranger, right?
Let me think.
Okay.
It's okay. We can probably bounce the forest, untap. It doesn't really matter, right?
No,
Like,
we just grab a Kratos now, right?
we can do it on their turn, right? There's no need to do it now.
Right.
Well, let me see. It's
okay. Hold on, let me go to there. Okay.
So if we get a Kratos right now, that's 5 mana, 6 mana, 7 mana, 8 mana barely. It depends if you want to play around a sweeper here. If we can play the Shepherd, and it guarantees that we have lethal next turn, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And then you just bounce the land and then untap anything, doesn't matter. And
Right.
then you have Reclaimer up for the Kratos.
Can double Cradle? No, we can't because this thing it puts into play tapped.
It's pretty interesting too because our opponent didn't want to pitch their veterans for it because they didn't want to ramp us too, which is like depending on the hand could be a heads up move. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, would have been. I mean, we would have 5.
We would have got one run. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I'm
interesting.
assuming
Yeah,
it's a
I
pretty
guess
heads up
I
move
guess
on
they,
their
they don't need to get to. Their deck tops out like a 4 mana, right? I mean, except for the. Oh no, they're not playing Orion. I'm sorry. Yeah, so they top out at 4, so they don't need to go above 4.
The awkward thing is if they do discard us, we don't have lethal again. Like we have to attack with everybody and then attack a second time, right? With Shepherd.
Right. It doesn't
All
look like
right,
they have
now
anything.
I think that should be game.
So, it's free to do this, right?
I'm trying to think. Like they could have instant sweep. No, it's actually not.
They have decay, but it doesn't matter, right?
They have decay, but then we would have to play another. It's free. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to be careful, right? Because if they just decay and you don't have the extra land, then you're off mana as a cast.
Okay.
Okay.
Woo! They're playing for the 5-0 too, by the way.
Oh, how do you know?
Because it came up on the MTGO bot.
Oh, okay, I didn't
Yeah.
see that. No, I did not run Yavimaya.
No.
I think fetches are too good to ruin the consistency.
So do you want to have these things
Ivo,
then?
Minakowski. Huh? Yeah, I think we want them back for speed.
All three?
Yeah, and then we'll just trim on what's it called? 2 Visionary Wirewood.
Like this?
Yeah, that's probably fine.
Isn't okay? I was gonna say Wirewood seems a little bit better than Visionary, but
Wirewood is better, right? Because Wirewood can Wirewood can turn on 1 Visionary, but multiple Visionaries don't turn on multiple Wirewood.
I don't think this one's. Lord.
I actually like this hand.
You keep this one? Okay.
Yeah. It helps that they
Jax.
move.
I don't know. I thought about 2, but that's another one that.
No, I don't like STP because all the creatures are not good. If that makes sense.
Okay.
I don't want to eat STP ETB effects.
Okay, so we do this first, right?
Yeah. I always lead with that if I can, if there's no other better play.
Is
that is a very good
Wirewood
hand.
or Ranger?
I like in this scenario, I like the Wirewood better.
Okay. Are we gonna ramp here, right?
Yeah, we're 100% rampy. The reason why is because if they force the glimpse,
Uh-huh.
the Wirewood is better. But if they don't force, they're both good. Maybe the Korean Ranger you can argue is a little bit better, but Wirewood's still solid. You know what I mean?
You're right.
Essentially, we're playing. So if they have the answer, then Wirewood is significantly better because we can dig for the Visionary or whatever.
I mean, the fact they have a.
But if they don't have the answer, it's still solid because it gets you another draw, even though the other one's a little more explosive.
And have the fact that they have a basic island seems so good for us. Oh, this is really good.
Alright. Yeah, it's really good. Now you just leave free. It's almost free, right? Because you have the backup payoff.
Right. Is there any reason to play the Cradle first?
No, you don't want to give them information.
Okay.
They don't have days. It's different if they have days.
Okay. So go
Heritage,
right?
Heritage. Yeah, because you want them to. If they have removal, you want them to kill the heritage. Is the reason.
Okay. So now virtual, right?
Uh huh.
And then Wirewood.
Ooh, this is really good.
Is it just good to Thought Season pass or?
No, you actually Thought Seize and then bounce and then untap.
Okay. Whoops.
Thought Seize is actually an excellent draw here.
I know. Yeah, that was very good.
Because we're trying to see why they kept the hand that they kept.
Correct.
Well, they're down to 5. See, that's the other thing, right?
Yeah, they did mulligan kind of low too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Veil.
There's no way.
Oh, Ice Wing Throttle. Okay.
I mean, if they Veil, that card is just like.
No, I just
variance
love
against
the gotcha thing with the Veil. I almost feel we could just take the Fang, right?
Yeah, I think you just take the Fanger, right? It doesn't do anything to get another alert. Like, I think they're just dead here, right?
So untap the Arbor and pick up one of the elves?
Yeah, the order doesn't really matter in this case.
Okay.
Like, we have full information. If we didn't have full information, we'd probably pick up the Heritage because in case they force it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so their hand is Force, Lauren. Okay. Please. Oh, man. I wish they played a different land. Some people do this stuff. Like, they don't just pay attention to it.
Alright, we just have lethal here. We don't have to mess around.
Okay, so just fetch for Arbor?
Yeah, and just natural here. I don't think they have anything to stop that.
Okay.
Like, we don't want to accidentally, get Q and then run ourselves into, Flusterstorm or something.
Oh, no, of course not.
Yeah.
Where's the hoof?
Is this your first 5-0?
No, it's my third one this season.
No. With elves. With elves.
Oh, it is my first one with elves. Yes.
Oh, congratulations.
Yay. Hold on, let me take a shot from... no, not a shot, a sip. Of Jameson. Matchup looks super easy. Jax, I found a way to fuck up in game 1, so... It was a really good... Man, if I didn't mess up, it could have gone like...
We really should have been 10-0.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I got a 5-0 the other day playing Doomsday, actually, but...
I told you, right? This deck is pretty broken.
It is very good.
We easily could have been 5-0, 10-0 today.
We could have. Did you want to play another one since there's tons of people watching us too now? Or you have to go?
We can play another one. We can try to go with a back to back.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to make any changes. Right? Hold on, let me find the deck again.
I don't know if you know this, by the way, Romario. I mentioned this on my stream, and since Jax is here, Jax is actually one of the big innovators of elves. I know people assume he only plays fast combo, but he can play grindy combo too, or any other deck, to be honest, like Delver or whatnot. So shout out to Jax for being one of the people I consult.
Jax is a very good what's it called?
Combo player.
Theory craft player.
It's funny too because Jax and I actually were joking about this 2 months ago that I think Prismatic Ending is going to go into a lot of combo decks because it's kind of like a better decay. And recently we found out that Tess is now playing Prismatic Ending.
No, Rogers, no, there was a Tower Magistrate. It was a very old list that I don't know how long you've been watching the stream now, but like I was talking about something that happened a few years ago. But it was a list that I used to play when Blue Red Delver with what's the name of that card that got banned? Treasure Cruise used to play, and it was a deck that was designed to beat that Delver deck. We're up against Eric.
Ooh. This is gonna be hard, I think.
Is it?
But it's kind of nice because he doesn't know what we're on, I don't think.
Okay. Do we...
and we know what he's on.
Do we just keep this?
Keep this? Yeah, this is like a really... Like, as good as it can get.
Mm-hmm. Oh, he's on Reanimator.
Yeah. I kind of assumed that he was on Reanimator.
Okay. He's got a Chancellor. And he put the Chancellor in the graveyard.
So, guess what I would do here?
I would concede right now.
No, I think it's worth playing out.
What?
You can be. Wait, they have Bristlebrand?
Yeah, they do have a Gristlebrand.
Maybe they whiff. So yeah, I think I would still play it out.
Really? Okay. You just take Shepherd, right?
He could take once. And in fact, actually, that's what they did.
Okay. I mean, I'm gonna play the thing so it triggers this thing, right?
I personally would have, in that situation, used the Once Upon a Time to crack the Shepherd there, so that we can get Reclaimer down a turn earlier.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, we do. I honestly, I did.
It's okay. I think they probably still have a kill here, but we don't know, right?
They probably do. I mean,
yeah. So we didn't get punished, really. Like, we get punished if they don't have a kill. Does that make sense?
Right. Bad time to run. Guess what I would do here? Yeah, there is a very... Now I read the whole thing. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so Jax mentioned, we can easily beat Chancellor. We can't beat Gristlebrand, but...
I think Alishnor is going to... Oh, no, it's...
No, they run the Sarah Emissary or whatever now.
Archon, whatever. Yeah, okay. All right. I guess we just bring the ley lines.
Yeah, the Mindbreak trap. Well, Eric tends to play around Mindbreak, so I don't know how good it is against him.
We'll bring it.
Yeah, just in case, right?
Gris comes out.
Good. No, Gris actually stays in.
It stays?
Yeah.
How? Why?
For a couple of reasons, actually. Because sometimes they go for Sarah Emissary and assume that's game, and you can kill it. I've actually done this to Eric. And then a lot of times they show and tell in too.
Okay, so what do we bring Thoughtseize too, or no?
Yeah, Thoughtseizes is really good, and I think this matchup, like, we probably just bring in the swords too, to be honest, and just hope we get lucky.
Okay, man. All right, that's
and then that's a lot of cards, but a lot of it's like not great against. Like Mindbreak's not great, swords is not like super great.
Okay.
I would board out glimpses because there's not that many creatures left with this kind of number of cards
Configuration.
coming in,
Mm-hmm.
and then just board out all the Waterwind and Visionary. Well, one thing. You want to actually board out the Archon.
Oh, okay. So we can bring one card
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, you
For gems?
probably want the Symbiote, to be honest.
Okay.
Actually, the Visionary, the Vision. But I think without Glimpse, probably the Visionary.
What about?
If
no, okay.
No, Oof is too slow. By the time it matters, the game's already decided one way or the other.
Okay. There's a lot of sideboard cards, but no lands. So there's some sideboard cards in
You gotta mold that. That's not good.
garbage hands.
Yeah.
This is okay.
A lot better.
Yeah. So we put back the Savannah.
Right, and we probably put back the Shepherd.
Okay.
Because there's two, right?
Yeah. And then we toss this on turn 1, right?
Yeah. What do they have? I can't see. Dark Ritual, Entomb, Gristlebrand. So they have a way to pitch, but they don't have a way to reanimate. I feel like we probably just take the looting here,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I was thinking so. I mean, if they draw... Well, the thing is, if they draw a reanimation spell, then Entomb becomes a live card.
But I mean, if they draw a reanimation spell, looting it can pitch the
But,
Gristlebrand anyway, right?
but looting takes 2 turns if that's the case.
I mean, we're not winning anytime soon, though.
Okay, so you want to take the Faithless looting?
Yeah, because that digs into the reanimation spell.
Okay.
Like, it's different if we have, like, a Reclaimer coming up or well, it would, yeah, it depends. I think it's correct to take a looting there because they can pitch either.
No, I was
And they can
thinking, I was
toss
thinking the
either.
looting too. Like as soon as I saw the cards, I was like, oh,
Mhm.
looting makes sense. But
So
then,
they probably take the Shepherd of our guess.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Alright, just play them both. There's no need not to.
Okay.
Both sides has like full information, I guess.
It's funny that we took out that extra the ley line before the first league started.
Uh-oh.
You're just gonna hard cast.
Oh wow,
Burn?
they hard cast
Yeah.
it. Jesus.
You probably draw 7 more and kill us. Well, they did.
Yeah, this matchup is very difficult in my experience.
Yeah, we didn't die.
I mean,
We're not winning
we're
neither,
probably,
but
we're not. I mean, we're probably dead.
if we had a Reclaimer in play, right? I guess maybe we could do something.
Yeah, but even then, we don't have the Caracas in the sideboard right now.
Not even the run afoul or anything like that.
Runabout is actually not even that great, right? Because they just reanimate again.
All right. And do we just concede?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
I can't see them whiffing 2 turns in a row, but
I mean, also we're not doing anything.
we could draw the next card. Yeah, we're dead.
Yeah.
I think they would have to whiff, and that's low, and we would have to hit exactly. What's it called? Exactly like Visionary into Natural Order or something like that.
If I draw Grist. No, but I wouldn't be able to cast. Oh no, I would, right? Because we had Bayou in play. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. Lang Lens is right. Yeah, if we draw Grist, we can kill the.
I have killed his Grist. I mean, so his Gristlebrand and like said before with Grist, but like you have to be more lucky than good. That's the
Wow.
more honestly. We dropped the hook a lot, like you said.
I know. It's not supposed to be here. We can't YOLO this one, right?
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
Not to mention the hook is like a mole already, and the second cradle is almost like a double mole.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's okay.
It's not great, but I don't want to go to 5.
Yeah. We put back
Like-
the Dry Arbor, right?
Yeah, like Symbiote being your turn 1 play is like pretty bad. But like, what can we do, right? Like, our hand is not that good.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, they're on like a fair deck, and then they just have like removal, and then you just like go turn one symbiote, turn one visioner, and then like hope to glimpse. Oh,
That's not a fair deck.
yeah. They're probably on the artifact storm deck or the ruby storm deck, either one or the other.
Hmm.
I think knowing Kellen, I think he's been playing ruby. Yep.
Okay. Well, we didn't like our hand anyways.
Yeah, that's true. Now I'm kind of happy we had those Mindbreak traps, right? And the ley line.
Yeah, this league is more like what I usually see in leagues, to be honest.
This is actually better than our opening hand, so if anything.
Yeah. Too bad we're not gonna be able to cast any of these cards.
No, we're probably pretty dead.
No, like most of my leagues, that's how they are. Like they're just like combo after combo. Oh
Mhm.
well, now I can just F6.
The good thing though, Romario, is regardless of what happens, this stream has already been a big success.
Oh yeah, the first 5-0 was pretty good, and I think
Yeah.
the matches on the first league were I don't know, they're more like whatchamacall, interactive, I guess.
There was one matchup that I don't think is like pretty common, which is that does Allure normally run Veteran Explorer? Like I don't know how common that is, but
When they play
we had pretty common matchups. I felt.
when they play bug callers, they do.
Hmm.
I don't think
The
it really matters,
Warwick.
right?
The Warwood, the ooze is like doesn't do anything here.
So do we just play Reclaimer?
Yes.
I mean, we're gonna die next turn, but I guess we can still try to put up a fight.
I mean, they have like a million cards, right? Like from the Galvanic.
It's
relay.
crazy that's just like Mind's Desire,
Yeah.
and it's a common. Oh, actually,
Wait, is there-
we're dead. They have a Burning Wish. There.
Okay. Actually, we should have done was just concede, I think, and not give up what we're on. If we're just deterministically dead.
Yeah, we are. Yeah. I mean, they're gonna play Bergie first, I guess, and I mean, okay, yeah. Right, I'm pretty sure we just dead. Okay.
We probably are. I haven't.
Oh,
checked the
I'm
math
seeing how
yet,
many. Oh, they have one ritual. Yeah, that should be enough to. Huh. That's.
Like off the top of my head, I don't think we're 100% dead, but we're likely dead. I don't know if it's deterministic yet.
I mean, there's a small chance that it's not.
Also,
I think if I see an LED, then we can concede. Oh no, where'd those cards go? Oh, he used to make mana. Never mind.
so one thing also, what I tend to like to do is against these kind of decks is I will fetch the Savannah
Mm-hmm.
because they may think you're on Deafening Silence. That's a neat trick.
Oh, right, right.
If you intentionally show it.
Okay, maybe they're doing something. I think I was gonna play different, but I haven't played that deck, so I don't.
They're probably gonna gamble for Echo, if I were to guess.
I thought there was a way they can just kill us instead of have to. Because they do have a Burning Wish in the cards that were removed from.
They don't have black mana though.
Oh, they have one. So. And they do have a second Birgit that they can play as a horn. And they have like 11 mana.
Yeah, I think they're like debating how to do it. Like,
Hold on, is it like you discard a card and you reveal 2, right?
yeah, it's
you
really
definitely-
good.
I think you definitely do this. Like, especially.
Yeah, that
'cause-
card is really good.
Yeah, and then I can, I guess like.
Well, they only have one card in hand. That's the thing, right? But yeah, they should reveal the card, discard it, and then gamble for the Echo. Are they hard casted?
No, they cast the.
How did they cast Echo? Oh, they use the. Oh, they. How did they get in the yard?
I don't remember how that happened. Maybe we missed something. I don't know.
I mean, yeah. Well,
All right, I'm gonna have 6 here because there's a There's a defense grid there. We're definitely not doing anything.
Yeah, we can just concede. I can't imagine we're gonna fizzle. I mean, they're gonna fizzle it from. Yeah.
Oh,
Now
they have done it.
now we're really dead.
Yeah, now they actually have the tendrils. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the unfortunate part was, I guess they could whip. I've seen it happen. It's just a little unlikely. Here I tend to like the 9 relevant cards, which are the Mindbreak Trap,
Oh.
the Leyline of the Void, the Thought Seizes,
Not the collector.
and then you don't. Yeah, collective. I said 9, right? So 4 discard,
Oh, you're right.
4 like super hard anti-combo cards, and then the collective.
So we take the visionaries and the symbiotes out.
You can take the Grist out. That's the worst card first.
Mm-hmm.
Bog is really bad here too. From here, Ooze is pretty bad.
I'm sorry.
And then 3 Vision.
Hold on. Oh, the Elmo.
Scavengers?
Oh, okay. I saw Alar missed. I was like, what do you mean? So Scavengers comes out. Uh-huh.
And then 3 Wire with 3 Visionary.
Okay. No, I was reading chat for a second. That's what it was. They said they almost
Okay.
whiffed. I don't think they're gonna whiff because they can. Oh, hang on a sec. The horn you can only discard from your hand, and I think they only had 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, they're not gonna whip with a horn in play, but
I mean, they could have because if you discard 2 cards, then you get to see 4 cards with that deck. I don't know.
they can also gamble for Echo and just Echo there.
All right. Do we like this one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
We have turn 1 Thoughtseize, turn 3 Oof.
Turn
And then
3
we take
oof.
1 turn. Yeah, with the Green Sun.
Oh, right. Oof. Okay. Instead of oof, I heard hoof.
Oh no! I wish. I don't think that's even possible to have turn 1 discard into turn 3 Hoof with this version.
Okay. I believe you. There's a void snare.
Alright, so we.
Oh, I think we should take this thing.
Well, they don't have any red mana.
Yeah,
right
except
now.
for this card.
Okay, well, okay. Let me see what else is there. Yeah, I guess we just take that.
Yeah.
They don't have red mana.
Ha! People say that there's no downsides of having a spell that turns into a land. Well,
So they play that because of Deafening Silence, by the way.
so hold on. This comes out and
I think land pass,
yeah.
and yeah, you pick the right one.
Yeah, I was gonna get the arbor, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think Cradle and then Green Sun.
It's no, no. It's getting oof. Still, I guess so, right?
Hold on. They don't have any artifacts, which is interesting. Actually, no, you get the oof. You know what? It turns off their Lotus mana too,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
so they really can't go off.
and
now.
they don't have the blue mana for the voice snare. I think I
Right.
think they need to get rid of oof to get to blue mana.
Yeah, I didn't see any blue, so I think we're probably in really good shape here.
Oh, that's a very good card
We're
too.
now in excellent shape now. For what it's worth, Roger SNA, I've never had anybody whiff with horn against me.
Do we glimpse now?
Probably. We just want to kill faster.
Yeah, so I was thinking.
Ooh, we just get Archon here.
Oh, can we? Oh, we can. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we name sorcery, right?
Yeah. I don't think they can beat that.
No. Probably not.
They could have Chain of Vapor, but I don't think this version. Yeah.
No, he's got voice snare. So. All right, I think we just keep it the same way, right?
Yeah, I like the way we boarded.
Okay. One fire is lit. Oh, that's right. They do. I think I saw Tony playing here. He did have a fiery is lit.
Doesn't do anything. They go off like turn 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Always.
This hand would be very good on the blind, but
Or just any fair matchup is fine.
Right. Yeah, but not in game 3 against the turn 1 deck that kept their 7.
Yeah.
Mm.
Nope. That's not gonna cut it either.
Ah.
That's okay.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna put back
I
the
guess
natural
what
order
I would put back, yeah.
in the glimpse.
Yep. And the glimpse, yep.
Okay. Just really have to hit a land. Oh,
No,
all right.
once
I
upon
guess
a time
that
it was
answers my question.
yeah.
Please, deck.
Oh my god.
All right, we get the cradle, right?
This happens every once in a while, just so FYI. You just get the cradle and pass.
Yeah.
Well, you play it in pass.
I mean, I'm gonna play. Yeah. It's a very good and expensive land.
Okay. The math is actually 75% that you'll hit. We just hit the 25% right now, unfortunately.
Land.
That's pretty brutal. Our hand was actually really good.
No, the hand for mulligan to 5, like no, it was very good.
Sometimes you get unlucky like that.
I don't have anything. It happens. Like you're playing a deck with 4 cradles, that could happen. So,
like I said, usually the math is very good, especially since we were on the draw too. So it's actually higher than 75%. It's like closer to 80 because we had the single draw step too.
oh, mm-hmm.
And I usually take the risk. I assume it hits. If the rest of the hand is reasonable and you hit, I keep. Like I've had people do weird things like force my once upon a time and I get hosed, but I think it's worth it. Jeez. That's pretty bad for us.
Yeah. Hopefully, their idea is to.
But ideally, the horn we can trap, but we can't trap there, so it is what it is.
They're well.
I think we only care about business spells here.
Correct.
They have like a million mana, so.
All right. Well, they're gonna cast this now.
And then we have to trap that.
Oh, they had a land drop too. Okay. Well, good for you, opponents. Okay.
Yeah,
they're making mana. Okay, that's good for us then.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
No, that could be that they're just going for like a burning wish for tendrils.
Yeah, and then we can trap. That's actually really good for us.
Yeah. Well, hold on a sec. That's not enough for tendrils. Well, the thing is, the horn plus the burger, like even if we draw land and Thought sees them, chances are we're still gonna lose the game. Now, if we Thought sees them, they don't go off, pass back to us, and then we play oof, then I think we have a chance.
I think we have a chance. Okay, we have to trap this. Though.
Yeah, for sure.
The reforge, yeah.
Yeah, they get a red mana.
Oh.
Okay, maybe they'll give us another mind break trap.
We're probably dead now with the horn. Like I don't think we're beating a horn here. When they have 7.
Maybe. I'm just gonna do the old F6 fake.
Nice. I actually think if we hit the land, we probably would have won. Off the once upon a time.
Yeah, having the whatchamacallit, the oofing hand was because it would be a turn 3 oof. Yeah,
it would have been a turn 2 oof, I think, right? Or even then, we had Thoughtseize, right? That would have bought us a lot of time.
right, with bridge into
Thoughtseize with Mind Break Trap.
Yeah. Rogisna is Oh, Roger, SNA. It's loving the. Whoa, they're passing the turn? Oh,
Really?
no. Oh, they have Galvanic Relay too?
Yeah, there's no way they passed. Well, they could. I don't think they're passing this.
Okay.
I can't. I don't believe we're getting a turn.
Oh, I think we're getting a turn.
I still don't think we're getting a turn
Really?
because of the horn.
But they only. I mean, they only have 3 cards left in their hands.
Yeah, but that's really 6 cards, right? Because of the horn.
Oh, right, right.
Not to mention, it's actually more. Oh, now we're just dead.
No, we're gonna mind break trap something. Or not.
now we're just dead.
We should have brought like all our combo hate in this league.
I mean, we have all the combo hate. We just whiff.
Oh, there's a Burning Wish there. All right, never mind. No, we're done here. Okay.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, Roger. Yeah, it happens. My experience in leagues has been more like this league, not like the last one. The first one was not typical for me. Lately I've been seeing more combo in the leagues and then more fair decks in the challenges. But this league, like, no. At least the games are faster. I can't say too much because I've been playing combo like most of my leagues too. So you see more Ragavan in the challenges than you see in leagues. I think that whole idea that leagues are still a better place for you to play combo because you can play matches faster and like so if you're trying to, I don't want to say farm, but like no, if you're trying to play quicker games, like I think the combo is a little better, right? It's always people like bragging on Twitter, like saying like, "Oh, I played this league with Oops or Reanimator like in 1 hour." So what's the little? I'm trying to say the emotes that you sent. It was like one with a, I don't know. I think I'm getting old and I can't see very well. Yeah, it's. I mean, I'm not opposed to playing like mid-range decks. I used to play against Civil Plug or Lands. I played some Miracles before. It's not my favorite deck to play on Magic Online though. In paper, I have played some Miracles. It's a lot easier when you know the games flow a little better. But yeah, I think I played a league with the Bent control deck that people have been playing now, and man, the league just took forever. Like it was one of those leagues that I played like 2 matches, and then like stopped, like no, went to have lunch, whatever, came back, and then like played some more the next day. Yeah, Ben's just like so. Oh man, it's a good deck. But
Yeah, I used to have DNT also built. This is like 2 years ago or a year ago, and I just sold it because. Huh?
No, I was wondering if I keep this hand. This hand is pretty good.
Yeah, it's solid. I think. I had it on Moto like a year or 2 ago, and then I just found myself the leagues took too long compared to Elves, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, DNT wasn't as good as it is right now, so couldn't do it.
Did we meet? Oh, Roger. Okay, I think I remember. Didn't we talk like at the end of the event or like towards the end? Aren't you like from the DC area? Yes, then I think I remember you. Yes, okay. I do remember we talked. Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get stifled. What?
Yikes!
Holy shit! Didn't even think about that. Alexandria. Okay, cool. Yeah. Man. Yeah, I remember. That was one of the few events I actually won. Like most Magic events that I go play, like now people chop top 8, whatever. That one, the first prize was actually very tempted for you to keep playing. Oh, I'm gonna be the legacy pit open too. I think we just play the forest here, right?
Yeah, you don't want to get stifled a second time. You probably lose. And you probably take a guess what you would play here.
I was gonna play the Korean Ranger.
No, I think you play the Heritage. You want them to kill it.
Okay.
It's the weakest card. Like you expected to get Days or Bolt or whatever, and that's out of the cards you have is the weakest.
I mean, they have 4 cards in hand, so it's like
The reason why Ranger is really good in this kind of situation is with the fetch. If it gets Arbor, you actually unlock 4 mana if the Ranger survives.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If it doesn't survive, then you're still at 2 mana, obviously.
Man, they're really thinking hard on this one. You're gonna be
Yeah,
on green
I
white
think
depths. Okay, I'm probably gonna be on Doomsday. I don't. I think it's safe to play Doomsday like in a large event, like because I don't know. People are not gonna switch decks as fast as they switch on Magic Online. So
One thing I've noted about Magic Online too is, especially on the smaller events like the LCQs or the prelims, especially,
Mhm.
like people will scout and it's only like 16 to 20, it's like 16 to 30 players,
Mhm.
and I don't really like that. Like people last minute change what sideboard cards that they have just because of who's attending. That's kind of not in the spirit of the event, I think.
but I mean, I mean, they'll do that in paper too if that was the case, right? So
Yeah, but it's a lot harder to do in paper, right? Because you have to unsleeve and things like that.
yeah, I guess yeah. So
Yep. I think given that we have another land here, what do you think what would you do?
do what again? I'm sorry.
Given that we have another land here, what does your gut tell you?
I think I still want to. I think I would play Korean Ranger here.
Yeah, but since we have another land, we actually don't want to fetch the rainforest for arbor.
Mhm.
We actually want to play. You want to save the catacombs in your hand as the potential arbor need be, because we're still pretty far away from dying or pretty far away from natural
From
order.
winning,
Like,
yeah.
we have to assume that they have something. I would probably just actually fetch first and see if they stifle it.
Okay.
Lou, it's okay.
No, no.
Get a baser. And I'd probably lead with the Wirewood into the Ranger, because then we want to save the Ranger for the what is it
I mean,
called?
they can
For
daze it. Oh, they didn't. Okay.
Yeah, but if they daze it, we rather them daze. Well, if they daze it, they set themselves back on mana. But if they bolt it, they're still ahead at parity.
Okay. I can see that. Oops, hold on a second.
Like we rather the Wirewood die here than the Ranger, because the Ranger unlocks 2 mana essentially with the catacombs.
Right. You're saying if we get the
The Arbor, right?
Arbor, yes.
Lou, it's okay, bud.
There's no Doomsday players in the metal there. Wow. Okay. I mean that's gonna happen, I guess.
Lou, it's okay.
What's his name?
Lou, my dog's name.
Oh yeah, no, I know it was your dog. I didn't think you were talking to yourself there, but what's the name of your invisible friend? Lou. And you say he's a shepherd dog, right?
Yeah, he's an Australian Shepherd.
Do you have a
He's a mini
backyard?
though. Unfortunately, we have one, but no grass, so he doesn't get a chance to run around too much.
Ah.
Lou, stop.
Do we have a visionary?
You don't want. You actually want to glimpse.
I want to
you want
glimpse?
to cycle the glimpse here, actually.
Really?
Yeah, like you want to strand 2 glimpses in the hand.
Okay, so I fetch first, right?
You didn't have to fetch. You could actually just. It's fine, you know.
I mean, I have to fetch to be able to get something, right?
You get the Savannah here, but
No,
like,
I'm saying I have to fetch so I can use the glimpse and then.
mhm.
Oh, okay. So we just cast visionary, right?
Yeah.
Ugh. Any one drop would be so much better.
The reason being is you don't want to get into a scenario. I've had it happen a few times to me where you get stranded with glimpses in your hand and you don't draw the creature, and it's like backbreaking actually.
Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming they're trying to look for a removal spell. So what do we hope to draw here? Just like oh, I guess Heritage Druid would be a good one, right?
Archers would be good here. Water was not bad. Any one drops like not bad.
Okay.
We are under some pressure now.
Yeah, we're gonna go to 2 life next turn. Oh, okay.
That's pretty good. All right, so
So glimpse.
yeah, it's awkward that we drew the Archon though,
Yeah, I was
because ideally you draw that. You can natural order to that as protection.
right.
They haven't used a bowl yet. Man,
We can't kill them, right?
we can't kill them from 18 here. It's only 16 damage. What we can do is attack and then natural order for a Gris. Well, the thing is, like, we can hit them to 16. Sorry, hit them to 2.
Mm-hmm.
But we die to a bolt is the thing.
I mean, they most likely have one because
It depends. Do you want to play around with bolt here, or do you want because? Okay, let me think. If we attack here, we natural order. We could get a Gris, but then we're just down 2 creatures. We probably still lose.
Hey, what's up, Runcore? I'm hoofing.
Yeah, I think we just pray that they don't have the bolt.
Okay. So do we
Pitch a shepherd?
lose to a daze if we do that, right?
I mean, we're gonna lose regardless. Like we're under a lot of pressure. I think we hoof here and hope they don't have the
They're gonna
bolt.
stifle it. Your dog is angry at you.
I know he is.
Maybe they're bad at math and just concede.
I've had that happen actually. It's kind of funny.
It happened to me too. It definitely happened to me before.
Not only in this game, but also in Hearthstone.
We lose to Monkey. We do lose to Monkey. Yeah, that's true. Oh no, we can just return to a current ranger. Never mind. We don't lose to Monkey.
They're thinking about stifling, I think. Like, what could
No,
be
I
this
honestly
long?
think that they think that they're dead, and they're trying to figure out if they're dead or not. You know what's the best way you can do that? You can just have 6 and let me attack, and then see what happens.
It's actually a bad sign for us if they think we're dead, because that means they have the removal. So likely they have the bolt.
Okay, well, they have a bolt, then it doesn't really matter, right?
Well, if they have a bolt, what's gonna happen is they're gonna realize they're not dead, save the bolt, and then bolt us next turn.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we can untap, yeah. Alucard says, yeah, Elves is like a very complicated deck. And I don't mean in sarcasm. Oh, okay. All right, they figure out that they don't die. Pretty close, but not quite.
I think the thing is, the other line is we could have got the Gris and then like kill one of the things, but then we just set ourselves back 2 creatures.
I think that would have been a good play if we're like at 14 life. Not at 8. Alright, so they have a bolt and they're gonna kill us. Wow, they're gonna do mid combat too? Holy shit.
Yeah.
Ranger?
Yeah. Unfortunate we drew the bolt, the Archon there.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think we win.
Yeah, if you just name instants with that thing, that's pretty
I mean,
good.
they have chain lightning, but this is not very easy.
Well, chain lightning, it's probably just like a one-off too anyway, so.
Yeah, we just board out all the natural order package here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You don't want to draw it, really. Like, if the game goes long, you win.
Okay.
And you just board in the removal.
Do you take the bog out?
No, Bog's
Oh.
actually really good.
Okay.
It's good. To stop like if they have a telegraphed Murktide coming, and it actually makes DRC look pretty bad.
Oh, right. You can shrink them back.
Right. I used to do the same thing with Dreadhorde.
Oh, I like this hand.
Yeah, this sounds very good.
Now, is it better to just ramp so we can play a Reclaimer some... I hate when I play Reclaimer as I want to, and then they just bolt and...
No, you definitely don't play Reclaimer here because it's the strongest creature in the matchup. So, in my opinion, you lead with a Green Sun.
Okay.
And they likely bolt it, and then you play the Shepherd next turn and maybe a 1-drop if you have it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you tap down.
If they bolt this, then we
Reclaimer.
just play a Forest, sack it, and then play Shepherd and Reclaimer, right?
Right.
Because then
So
Reclaimer
that
would be a
works.
3-4.
Mhm.
Huh. We don't have... Never mind. Ooh.
Oh, that's really good.
Do we do this now?
Yeah, 100%. Because you have Cradle.
But do we
No,
start...
no, don't stop with Shepherd. If they want to force it, let them.
Okay.
Yeah, you want the draw. If they want to force it, let them.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah, now you play the Shepherd.
Yeah.
To play around days.
Correctamundo. Oh man, I hope they probably have like a sweeper.
You play the Cradle. And I think here,
Visionary?
yeah, you just guarantee yourself 2 draws. Also, you don't exfoliate the Reclaimer this way, too.
Please daze it. Oh.
We would have been rewarded for the, for playing the Reclaimer there, because you draw into the Heritage.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's fine. I think it's safer to the line we just took. Not to mention, we have a second glimpse.
So it's not a sweeper. It's looking really good for us here.
Yeah, I wonder what they kept.
Yeah. Do we just glimpse again?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so Alec Cortez pretty much said
Okay.
that doesn't work. No, don't pay for it.
Nope.
They're pretty much dead.
Maybe they're putting spells for the Murktide. Or no. That's a shame.
I don't think so. That seems like a mistake.
Yeah, that's what we call it, a shame conceit in the business. Or shame scoop. Okay, we'll go with shame scoop.
Yeah. So I mentioned it a little bit, and Alec Cortez mentioned in chat again.
Mhm.
But Bog Shrinking Channeler is actually very important.
This hand is good too, right?
This hand's very good too.
Okay. Whoops.
Essentially, if you have 2 to 3 lands and have Reclaimer and Shepherd or Wirewood, that's like the dream start.
Whoa.
Wow.
What year is
I
this?
did not expect that. I think you play Fetch Basic and Shepherd.
I love that they're playing Nemomongoose. I see
And
Shepherd.
the reason for you want the Reclaimer to live.
Okay.
Like if they're gonna bolt something, you rather than bolt the Shepherd.
And the chat goes wild.
Yeah, so Alu Cortez mentioned it too. Like one of the great things you can do is like, especially if you have a second Reclaimer on board,
Mm-hmm.
you bog mid combat because they're forced to attack, and then you block, and then you just 0 for 1 them.
Right.
It's kind of awkward though that we have the swords and we can't kill that mongoose now.
I know.
But
I mean, I'm sure they're gonna play a creature that we will be able to. So do we play Savannah and Visionary, or do we play around days as much as possible?
I think here I would play the fetch and see if they respond with Stifle first.
Okay. No, they didn't.
I would get a basic. I think you were gonna get a basic regardless, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to. Yeah.
I think you allow them to daze the Visionary because you have a glimpse next turn.
Okay.
If they want to daze it, so be it.
Mm-hmm.
And if they don't daze it, you're way ahead.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. You know what I mean? Or like our line here is, especially if we draw another fetch, we want to be able to glimpse this next turn. If that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Because now we got to 3 mana, and it's even better we draw a fetch because Reclaimer is going to be too big for them.
So do we?
So don't play it yet. Just leave with Glimpse and see how they respond.
They
Play
didn't.
the Heritage. Don't play the Savannah. If they want to daze it, they can daze it.
Oh.
I think here we actually lead with the Cradle because we want our swords to be live.
Okay. Play the Wirewood symbiote.
I think if they were to daze, they would have dazed the Heritage.
Okay. Okay, so I'll put the Reclaimer then.
I think we take a chance now and
Okay.
hope that they don't kill the Reclaimer.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like we try to bait out the daze or the removal on the Heritage Root.
Mm-hmm.
And they use one bolt already and one daze already, so
Right.
if they have it, they have it.
I wonder if they have a sweeper in hand, but then they'll be awkward, right? Because they'll kill their own creatures too.
If they have a sweeper, it's probably rough tumble.
Right,
But
that's
the
what I'm saying.
thing
Then
is-
it'll kill their own creatures too.
At this point, yeah. And Blazing Volley we don't care about, right? It's 1-for-1.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the reason I know like Repo Chief mentioned earlier, like this deck is resilient against Plague Engineer, and then by default, it's fairly resilient against Blazing Volley too.
Great Turn has a lot of info. I mean, I learn every time I stream with Newton. So, so they have 3 cards in the. Okay.
They just turned on a Reclaimer, which is kind of funny.
Yeah. They didn't even attack. Wow, that's great.
I mean, they can't, right? Because
Right.
the Reclaimer's too big.
Yeah, we just okay. Do we play the Wirewood?
Yeah, we do. We essentially want to protect our Reclaimer being submerged too.
Okay, so do we? We just pass, right?
Yeah, there's no reason to attack here.
And then we try to get Kratos at the end of the turn with this thing.
Yes.
Okay.
See, you're learning.
I mean, this
You're practically a master now, right? Yeah, your first 5-0 today. I mean, our loss is we lost like turn 1 combo decks essentially. I think we can live with that.
That bog, yeah, the double. No, yeah, if it comes down to that, the bog would be very nice.
It's even nicer when you have 2 Reclaimers because one can block, right?
Right. What are they having? It seems like they want to play something, but
I don't think they would have it seems like a novel, right? They have Murktide and Mongoose in the same deck. That seems bad.
remember people used to play Hooting Mandrills with Tarmogoyf, so.
I mean, yeah, but Hooting Mandrills is less mana, I think.
I mean, I was kind of saying, maybe it's Stifle? No, they don't have Stifle.
If they stifle, we're okay with that, right? Like we have more lands. Like each time we untap with Reclaimer, it gets worse and worse for them.
That's true. Yeah, Goyf is a little less important because,
Sure.
yeah, I guess.
I mean, you don't do anything. Yeah, that's fine. I think they're afraid of Sajiri Steep. Is my guess why they did that.
That's a good point.
So I think here same thing, right? You lead with a Wirewood, right?
Okay.
And then you play off the Cradle or Once Upon a Time. It's important when you do this. You know why? It's because off Once Upon you can't net mana anyways yet.
Do you get a scavenging use?
Let me see. Board.
Oh, the board
Actually,
or the visionary?
man, I love value a lot, but
I know. I think I like the visionary too. To be honest.
I think I like the visionary on this board. So you're pretty ahead. You can block.
Okay.
You have the swords as backup anyways too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's very good too. Well, sort of.
Okay. Here's what we do.
Okay.
We're gonna pass, and then we're gonna end step bounce visionary, untap Reclaimer, pitch the force for a bog, and then cast Grizz.
Hang on a sec. You want to pass the turn now?
Yes, and the reason why is because we can visionary right now. The problem with doing that is
Well, because no, I think this is fine. I was thinking something else.
like you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
We could technically draw another card there, but I think it's more important to protect the Gaia's Cradle,
Mm-hmm.
and I think it's more important there to what's it called, tap out for Bog if
What
need
card is
be.
no? I think I like Skutsu if we were like in maybe a little. Oh, it's a Blazing Volley.
That's fine.
Do we just make mana first or?
Well, we let the scribe happen first, or the survey.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
And then we're gonna bounce and untap.
Do we source this guy?
Probably not, in case they Murktide right now.
Okay, so we make 3 mana, right?
Well, you could possibly just Bog here, right?
Okay,
If
but
you're afraid that they're gonna Murktide, huh?
no, so we make 3 mana.
And then bounce, untap the Reclaimer.
So untap the this guy.
Uh
Get this guy back.
huh.
And you want to bog?
You let the resolve now, right?
Right. And now we bog?
Yes. And pitch the force. If you wanted to, you can actually have just swords the whatever
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I think.
Oh,
it's
they just
okay.
concede. Okay.
Yeah, I think they realize they're like kind of behind.
It was an interesting game. Yeah, actually. So against Delver, you want to... So you cut all the natural orders, Archon, create a hoof.
The reason why is like the way I found I lose to Delver is if I can't cast my spells, and one way to do that is if you have the like Arcana and sort of your opening hand, just never get to it.
Both creatures die after bog? No, hold on. Blazing Volley isn't just opponent's creatures?
Correct. So that's not correct. I mean, so Romario, you're right. Their creatures don't die after Blazing Volley.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah. So it would just be... I mean, again, it was basically a 1-for-1, right?
No, they got 2 creatures. They hit the Waterwood and they hit the Arbor. Sorry, not the Arbor, the Heritage Druid.
Oh, that's right. Right, that was 2 creatures, yes. Okay.
The thing is, like, they're fairly behind, though, right? Like, the game is, like, into the mid-game already, which favors us.
Mm-hmm.
And we're actually tapping down for Grist next turn.
Yeah, if you don't die by turn 3 or 4, then you should win the game after that.
Like, unless we're down below 10 life by, like, turn 3 or 4,
Mm-hmm.
we're probably going to win the game.
So, okay, so you take the hoof, Archon, the 3 natural orders, and you bring the 4 plows, and then the Cabal Pit.
Right, and then if you have, like, a 5th removal spell, like either a Prismatic Ending or a, is York,
I know.
or a, Run Afoul, then you can take out Heritage Druid. The card's kind of bad too, or Choke.
Heritage Druid. Okay, Says they were on Reanimator last time.
They could be on Elves. I know Jorg and I talk a lot because we console on the deck.
Mm-hmm.
He could be on Elves. I don't know what he's on right now.
I'm going to tell him, go easy on us. Okay, let's see what hand we're going to get here. Oops. Goddamn, I can't type. Is this a good hand?
It depends. Do you want to assume he's on the deck, or do you want to play like normal?
I mean,
Do you want to assume he's on like Reanimator or Elves or something?
does that change too much if you keep this hand or not?
It does. If he's on Elves, I would not keep this hand.
Oh,
But if you assume he's on Reanimator, I probably would.
No, just assuming like he's playing, I don't know, anything.
If he's normal, I'd probably just keep it. It's good enough.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get. Like, no, not trying to guess what they're playing.
Okay. Because the reason why is, like I said, he is probably on elves, I would believe. I mean, he could be on Reanimate, I don't know. But looks like elves.
Oh,
So, like I said, I wouldn't. If you know it's a mirror, I would not keep this hand. It's not fast enough.
ooh, it just got better. And by better,
So
I
you
mean
want to
worse.
thin first, right?
Yeah,
You want to fetch, thin, and then get a Bayou, and then Once Upon a Time, and hope you get something relevant. Probably the Visionary in this case.
okay. And then play the Heritage Druid.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter, to be honest, like between the Heritage and the Shepherd.
The actual
Because
factual
game
mirror.
one, neither side can interact.
Oh man, we're playing the actual factual mirror.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Jorg and I collaborate a lot, so.
So do I play a land and Visionary?
Yeah, I would. Get probably Savannah too.
Okay.
We have to kind of get lucky this game because, like I said, the hand that we kept is not good for the mirror.
Got you. I mean, I'm just like basically dead next turn.
Depends what they have. We could be dead, but
Well
it really
wisher.
depends.
Oh man, I lost to that card in Pauper one time. That's the only reason I know what that card does. It's funny to say that you lost to a card that gains life.
All right, so here I think we have to kind of get lucky, right? Like we're gonna play the Shepherd for 3 mana.
The Shepherd?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we can tap it for Heritage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think here we're gonna get what is it called? Wirewood. And then bounce the Visionary untap. We're probably dead next turn, to be honest. Like, in all likelihood.
Okay. So
But we can play it out. It depends how fast Jorg's hand is. I know Jorg's also playing my version, so there's a chance he kept a more resilient hand too.
maybe he thought I was on Doomsday.
What?
I said maybe he thought I was on Doomsday.
Could be, yeah. Here, what do you think is the right play?
I was gonna play. If we're gonna kind of come and play Korean Ranger.
Correct, right.
And we can Green Sun Zenith for. Hold on, do you even Green Sun Zenith here?
No. The reason why is because if you Green Sun right now for Wirewood,
Oh, I can play
you're down
the.
to 1 mana.
I can play the Scavenging Hills, right?
You can play the 7 years, yeah.
Feels like there's no reason not to. Okay.
So we're probably gonna get Natural Order here or Glimpse here,
Oh yeah,
is my guess.
100%.
But if we're not dead here, then yeah, that's
What? He drew the hoof. Okay.
So the line was we were setting up for a kill with Green Sun next turn, which we had.
So no bogs here, right?
No Bog, no Scavengers, no Gris. And then you can board in the Thought Seasons, which are really good.
Okay.
And I am unsure about this. I've been kind of wanting to try Mindbreak Trap in the mirror. But it could be kind of bad. So
It feels kinda
it depends
terrible.
if you want to try. Huh?
You know, it doesn't feel very good.
I don't think it's good either. So I would just cut the 1 Visionary. And I don't think Swords is where we want to be too.
Yeah, it seems really slow, right?
Right, and they can rebuild too, right? With
Yeah.
Wirewood Visionary.
Yeah, Swords is much better if you're trying to hit like a specific card, right?
Right, and the deck is like super redundant.
Mm-hmm.
Especially
yeah, I
because-
guess a deck like Elves, like if you're playing the mirror, I don't think Swords, because like okay, I'll sword their Heritage Druid, but then they can
Right,
just play
just have
Cradle next turn
another
and
one,
then
right.
kind of like the same thing.
Yeah, but the deck is, especially this version, which is like pretty immune to like removal.
Dun dun dun.
This hand is like insane.
Is it?
Well, maybe insane is not the right. I wish it was like 1 less Once Upon a Time or 1 less Natural Order, but I think it's fine. I would keep.
What if we don't hit a land?
We're gonna hit a land. You gotta
Okay.
believe.
All right.
I keep hands like this all the time.
All those times you
Well,
said you
maybe
had.
not exactly like this,
All those
but
times you said you had to get up to go to the bathroom. I'm thinking you've been drinking or doing something else there. Yeah, like every time you come back, you feel a little more like, yeah, let's take some risks.
right, we're playing looser, right?
Okay.
No, I keep it. Okay, against a fair deck, it's a little iffy because you have both natural and once upon a time. But given that this is the combo mirror, I think it's actually pretty good.
You take away
Like
Solar's
ideally,
Plunder?
you have one less once upon a time, but or
Oh.
one less and one less natural order, but I think it's fine. Like
Yep.
this is pretty resilient against Thoughtseize too.
Oh, that's definitely true. Like when you have doubles of everything. Toad's Horst, which was our opponent. One of the opponents in the last league said that my takeaway from this is to always counter once upon a time.
I know. Now people know my secret, right? They're gonna just start forcing my once upon a time, and I'm gonna be screwed.
All right, we get a fetch, right?
Yeah, for sure. And then you want to fetch Bayou, and then Green Sun. I've had it happen to me, especially when Dreadhorde was legal, where people just like are and scared of Shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
They just randomly forced my once upon a time during like last December
Oh
when
wow.
when I came back to Legacy after my break.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what is going on in Legacy? Why are people forcing my once upon a time? Luckily, that went away. Like after I started playing more Shepherds.
I don't know what to do here. Do I just glimpse of nature? I mean, Greenstone's in it for something else?
Yes. Take a guess at what?
I don't know. Korean Ranger probably.
Nope.
No.
Don't do that yet. You want Green Sun for Visionary here.
Oh, okay. Well then, hold on a second.
The reason being is because it gives you another card for Glimpse or Natural Order, either way.
Okay. Hmm.
Oh my god.
I
Just
keep
doubles
drawing
of
these
everything.
poker hands. Opponent has maybe the exact same. I hope so.
I think we're gonna have to. Oh man, our hand's so bad right now.
We're gonna
You
Green
just need
Sun's
to
in it. I
draw.
mean, we're gonna natural order for Archon and name Sorcery, right?
Yeah, but that's like not that safe, especially since like if with our hand we
Like
have a
that
lot
we
of
have
blanks.
3 other sorcery cards in our hand.
Yeah. It depends what he does here because if they don't have a great hand here, or okay, so he knows.
Hmm.
Let's see, 3, 4. You know what I would do here?
Hmm.
You have to assume York has natural order next turn because the Cradle's gonna find the Arbor.
Sure.
Like you know how we made that play like a couple matches ago.
Right.
So I think we have to play it safe here and get the Archon.
Okay, so let's fetch this to grab another Arbor.
Yeah, and then pitch it and then natural order for the Archon. It feels bad, but I think we're gonna be dead.
Oh, it feels horrible.
Yeah, but I mean, horrible is better than dead, right?
I think we're probably gonna lose to that this guy.
It's possible, but the Once Upon a Time is like pretty good. It can find our own Shepherd, or it can find a
Hoof.
let's call it, or it can find a Wirewood too, or eventually a Hoof. But yeah, it feels awful when we have 3 sorceries in it.
Yes. Name creature. The creature is actually not as good as name sorcery because. What if he like next level as he brought swords to plowshares?
I don't think he would. Only because he has access to my sideboard map too, and I said not to do that.
Oh.
So the thing is, like, this Reclaimer Elf mirror is actually pretty is more interesting, I would say, than the normal Elf mirror because there's some counterplay. Like once upon a time, digging for War or Hoof or Shepherd is like solid,
Mm-hmm.
and then Archon and Sorcery, if you have like if you think that they're gonna have the kill or not, things like that.
Okay. I hope to get two other cards in his hand that he can't play neither.
I feel like one of them
Yeah,
is definitely.
that's what it
natural.
happened. That's what happened. So do we Once Upon a Time first?
No, you want to Wirewood first because you get the extra mana off Glimpse, right? I mean, not Glimpse,
Oh,
Cradle.
that's right. Great. There we go.
So I think here what we're gonna do is we're gonna tap the Cradle and then tap the Arbor,
Mm-hmm.
and then bounce the Visionary to untap the Arbor. You get more mana this way, by the way. It's something to keep in mind. When
Oh.
you're about to bounce your Visionary, you want to tap Cradle beforehand because that gives you.
Oh,
more
yeah.
mana.
Yeah, I actually learned that before. So we untap
Okay.
the Arbor and pick up the Visionary, right?
Right. That's something I see people mess up on. That's why.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. I did make a mistake, though.
What's that?
And that only matters for Magic Online, but not here.
What's that?
I tapped the Bayou.
No, it doesn't matter.
It does because it features Thoughtseize, though. Oh, we
No,
can't.
it's sorcery.
Never mind. You're right.
Yeah, we're okay. Yeah, yeah. You should tap Bayou there because Thoughtseize is turned off. Okay, that's just really good.
We played Shepherd, right?
Yeah, we're not gonna Once Upon a Time anyway. We want to attack.
So
Also, a small trick that you'll see on the end of his turn, you can actually end step and still cast the Once Upon a Time Miner
How?
at the end of his turn.
Oh, their turn. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Just
that's
do this
something to
and
keep in
this,
mind
yeah,
as well.
yeah. Also, I realized he only has 2 elves, actually.
Yeah, so our elves is actually gonna put a lot of pressure potentially on
So,
him.
do I do this?
too.
I don't think I do this then.
The thing is, well, let me think. We have 5 in the air that's attacking. He has to block at least 1. Yeah, you can leave it. You can just not do it then to pressure more.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna once first off the off the Arbor and
Bayou.
Bayou. See what we're gonna get.
There's another Wirewood.
I think here we probably just get the Reclaimer. Oh, actually, yeah, the Reclaimer,
Okay.
and then just bash.
Do we just attack with
So
Arbor?
attack. No, we want to pressure and make them block bounce. Well, you can declare attacks first. And see how
Well,
they
no, because
respond.
I was thinking about making mana.
For what?
Activate.
No,
Untap-
it's not sorcery speed. You can do it at instant speed.
Oh, that's right. I can also, yeah. So attack with the elves.
All 3 of them, right?
Just name lands. Oh man, that'll be awesome if you could just name lands. Okay, now I activate, right? Did I lose Newton?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. So now I just activate, right?
He can as well, but like we're getting 10 through.
Okay, so what do I just untap the?
No, you don't need to do anything. Like because as is, you're okay with this.
But my Shepherd will die.
That's okay because you have lethal next turn.
Okay.
Like their guy's the 1/2 right now, right? All right, now you can bounce.
Well, he hasn't activated yet.
Okay, yeah. So he's gonna activate it, and then you can bounce now.
Okay. So
You bounce
untap.
the Shepherd, untap, yeah.
So untap
The Arbor.
untap this one here. That's this one.
No, the Arbor.
Oh, okay. Untap Arbor and pick up the Shepherd.
Right. And then you can play the Reclaimer, right? It's a 3/4 to soak damage if need be, or to block if need be.
Okay, so play the Reclaimer.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's essentially hoof or bust for them.
Right.
It could be Archon too, I guess, but it's not that easy to draw.
Archon. Hmm.
And they need white too. There's which they don't
Yeah, I was
have
about
at
to
the
say
moment.
Archon's a little more complicated, right? I mean, if they draw Archon, it's gonna be super awkward, right?
I don't think so. They're tapping the Savannah for not white. Oh, they kept it in. That's interesting.
Does it just kill us? Ah, they greased us.
I'm kind of surprised he kept that in, but it might have worked out for him here.
Right. You know.
Because I think if you're gonna keep in removal, swords is just better. Unless he kept in swords too.
So we get to draw 2 more cards. Hmm.
Yeah, we could be dead, but if we're not dead, then they're just dead, right? Because natural order is unlocked now.
All right.
Yeah, I will have to talk to Jorg about this. I don't agree with keeping Grist for what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think if you want to remove a swords is just better. Because under Archon lock, you can't find Grist anyways. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think they're probably gonna fizzle based on how much mana is left.
I don't think so. They haven't played a land this turn.
Oh, I mean, yeah, they could have the second cradle.
And they can activate the second one.
They have to have natural order, that's for sure. But I think that, I mean, based on my experience
Max
playing
is here
the deck,
too.
I think it's unlikely for them to kill you from here. I think they have to draw kind of well, unless they already have the cradle in hand, or the natural order hand.
Cradle Natural Order does it, right?
Yeah, cradle natural order does, but that's assuming they have it.
Maybe
Too.
oh, I guess they don't have it then.
They could just cradle.
No. I don't think he has it now.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like, based on the way he's playing, it didn't seem like he had it. You know what I mean?
Is there any reason to do anything besides Natural Order?
Not really. It's lethal.
So just grab a other arbor. Oh no, there's no more arbors. Never mind.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'm just gonna play this shepherd because it's free.
You can Thoughtseize, I guess, just to see.
Okay.
Doesn't hurt.
Yeah. Oh, they drew everything they needed, but too late.
Yeah. So they use their land drop. It sounds like.
Oh, that's right. Alright, so I'm
Alright, we
gonna
have
play
lethal.
shepherd.
Don't glimpse because you don't want to accidentally draw your hoof.
No, I'm just gonna.
I've definitely done that, like just because I'm messing around, right? And just all of a sudden, just don't want to draw more cards, and then you can't win anymore. That's a cautionary tale, actually.
If you played Neto Sentinel, that wouldn't happen. I'm just kidding.
That's true.
It doesn't.
Well, it could happen. It's just it's more forgiving. Let's say it again.
No, it's gonna if you want to change anything on the draw.
I don't think so. I think how we board is correct, and I need to remind myself to tell Jorg not to bring in Gris. I don't think it's good.
Gotcha.
Or if you want to do that, it's better to bring in swords. You know what I mean?
Oh, by the way, anybody that's watching that's pretty much anybody. Yeah, if anybody's watching now, how is the camera for me and Newton there on the side? If that's good for you guys to watch, because I try to like not get too much stuff like in the way of like the game. I hate when people like stream and they put a bunch of stuff like in the stream and it's kind of. I really like to watch the game, not the record or what music is playing, whatever. So that's why I. Oh, it's okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, put like both of our faces like in front of the chat because that part doesn't really matter.
All right. What do you think about this hand?
I would keep it.
I think it's too slow. I think you got to mull.
Okay.
You want discard or oh? I was gonna say you either want discard or
This one's got discard.
yeah. Oh, you want discard or fast kill? That had neither. Yeah, you definitely keep this hand.
Okay. So do we put the hoof back, right? Wait.
Actually, you put the Archon back in my opinion because the hook can kill them. In case they have a slower hand,
Okay.
or if they go for an Archon.
Okay. And Archon is just kind of try not to lose instead of try to win.
And we don't have white mana at the moment too, so there's a couple of things wrong with it.
Mm-hmm. They're gonna Thoughtseize us. No.
All right.
Do we Thoughtseize them?
Yeah, we do. We don't because we're gonna play it safe and Thoughtseize turn 1 here.
Do we Thoughtseize them? Let me take their Thoughtseize. I think that's the best thing, right?
Yeah, I think so. I was just trying to see how fast he can make mana, and I think, yeah, I think we take their Thoughtseize and then try to race their Shepherd.
Right.
If we need a chunk block later, then so be it. But I think we're gonna be able to race because of the hook. He's gonna probably play out his hand here, I would guess.
That's what it seemed like, right?
Yeah, and then play the Visionary, right?
Yeah.
But then unless they naturally draw into the cradle, I think we probably can race. Oof. Just Shepherd, I think.
Can they?
Don't block.
No.
He should not have done that. Oh, crop rotation?
Oh.
Wow.
Are we dead?
Yeah,
We
I
are?
think we're just dead there.
Damn.
That's pretty good. I forgot. Crop rotation is in the sideboard for the before, so it makes sense actually.
This league is being very different than the last one.
I know it's going the opposite way.
No, but I was telling, like, I think when you went to the bathroom, this league is more like what I usually see, like, playing leagues because it's been all combo, right? Except for the one Delver player.
Exactly. When we want to.
Yeah. Yeah, usually when I play leagues, it's all combo nowadays. But anyway, how old are you again?
Me?
Yeah.
Take a guess.
I don't know, 27.
Thank you for being kind. I am older than that.
Oh. Hold on, you said you're 4 older than that?
No, I said thank you for being nice. I take it as a compliment, but I'm actually older than that.
Well, how old are you then?
I'm 34.
34. Okay, well, you're closer to age than I am. I'm 36.
Okay, so we're pretty close. It's
Yes.
like I guess you can say peers.
So last week, that's when I noticed that I'm getting old. I went playing bowling, and one of the times I pivot, I heard something crack in my knee.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it turns out that I sprained my knee like playing bowling. So.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible.
Yeah. Kind of sucks when you get old.
Can't keep this hand.
I don't think you can keep this.
That's what I said. You can't keep. This
Oh, okay. I
hand.
thought you said like, do I keep this in? No.
No.
Man, what's with this 2 creatures coming up?
Yeah, it's funny too because I was thinking about it kind of recently. I mean, I'm not gonna do it, but I was like, maybe I should just play Yorion because like, so I can draw these less.
Just play 80 cards elves.
80 card elves, even though you only have Visionary to flicker. I honestly probably keep.
If you play 80 cards elves, you should play the card that I used to play before, Regal Force. Is that
That's
Regal
true.
Force? The one that's like
It is
5 mana,
Regal.
draw cards for each green creature you control or something?
I probably keep. I probably bottom the
Archon?
probably the Archon. Yeah.
Oh, Yorg is here. He's saying, hi, guys. Well, hold on a second. I think Yorg has a deeper voice. He says, hi, guys. I knew that you played together when you played an elf in turn 1. That's how I imagine like Yorg talking to me. Oh, there's some baubles. Is this is Delver? And the carp. Oh, it's not elves. Okay.
So Yorga, if you're listening right now, I think I would board that out personally, and I think if you want removal, you can bring in swords. But 3 mana just to kill a dude, I would not recommend keeping in. The only upside it has over a sword is it makes fetching easier because you default to fetching black. But I think 2 mana is a big difference. Like just if you want to kill something. So for what it's worth. Well, you missed the. If you want to catch a stream, the replay, Yorg, we did 5-0 the first league, and Romario is pretty much elf expert now based on the.
I'm a master.
Yeah, he's pretty much a master now based on these games because 5-0 the first league, almost a perfect 5-0 too.
I know.
And actually should have been. All right, so Romario, what do you do here?
Oh, I'm gonna ramp here.
Okay, yeah, I think you pretty much got the hang of this deck now. Like, I think the super complicated board states, maybe you get to either think about it through or maybe consult, but I think for the most part, you're kind of getting the hang of it, right?
I'm pretty a master of like Llanowar Fu. I wonder if oh, I was gonna say there are some people playing Doomsday with Mishra's Bauble.
Oh really? I didn't
Yeah,
know that. Well, JS2, I recognize that's a Doomsday player, right?
Because you can play with Predict.
Mm.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, we're not beating this hand regardless, right? That just
Okay.
seems like we did real poorly this league so far, but we just faced nothing but combo too this league.
Yes. It's all combo. Because the last league was just the last player, right?
Not really. Huh?
So I'm sorry.
Say that again.
Oh, I was gonna say the last league the only combo deck we played was the Alluring player at the end of the league, and Alluring.
Right, that's like a half combo.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Combo. So it wasn't even like like playing against Eric on Reanimator or
right,
or like Doomsday, which is a combo, but.
It's funny too because like I've been paired against Eric a few times lately, and it can go either way. I think he's favored definitely, but I was like, man, Eric's back in the league. I gotta play ley lines again.
I remember when it was like 4 or 5 years, no more than that, it was like 6 years ago. I had a job that I was working. Sometimes I had to work nighttime, and I would get home like at 4 or 5 in the morning. Like, and I think that's when Eric was living in Thailand. And that was before I didn't really know a whole lot of like many people that play like on Magic Online. But constantly I would like get home like from work and make a sandwich, whatever, get a Magic Online and get paired against Eric because it was like we were playing in the same time zone, so it was like. Yeah,
I try to avoid Eric if possible. I think you have nothing you can do here. Just play all your elves, right?
Yeah, I don't think so neither.
Like you can play. Oh, actually, I guess small sequencing. You lead with no. Actually, untap.
I was gonna play Shepherd.
No. You can play it off with Trigger, right? And then ping for one.
Oh, an attack. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Eli's here too.
So the correct sequencing there is like lead with Shepherd and then play the other two. But I mean, we're like I'm just like small technical play.
I mean, we're checking
to keep in mind. It's not gonna matter.
We're poking them for one. Gris wasn't in the bed against. Oh, okay. Personally, I want to keep it Reclaimer Elves. Okay, got it. So he brought the Gris because of Archon specifically. That makes sense.
Yeah, but I think that's what I was trying to say.
Whoa, hang on a second.
I think if you want removal,
I think they messed up.
Really?
They did. Yeah, they were supposed to crack LED in response to Ideas Unbound.
So now we stole this game, right? So that's what I'm saying. You got to sequence.
Well,
didn't?
No, because we don't have enough to kill them.
No, we do. We have lethal on board.
Oh, they have double pedal. Okay. Then why do they do this then? Huh. I don't get it.
Oh.
I guess we just want your Thoughtseizes here, right?
Thoughtseize, Mindbreak Trap. I've been trying it just to get them, but I think Swords could be interesting, like, cause they don't play around removal.
Okay. I like Wolf too.
And then we can board out the. It's a lot of cards that we're bringing in, so we can board out probably the glimpses now.
You want to board out the glimpse?
Well, actually, wait, do we have exactly 8 now? If we board out the symbiote and the visionary, let's say
Yeah.
we do. So that's probably okay. If it's more than that, I probably just board out the glimpses and just like, you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Because you just don't have enough creatures left.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So when you board out too many creatures, you board out the glimpses with them. Okay.
Correct. So, like for instance, before when Underworld Breach was legal.
Right.
I used to board in 13 cards against them because Glimpse of Nature happened to be really bad against Brain Freeze. And it just so happened a fair card like Abrupt Decay happened to be very good against them. So that's like one example from the past that I would board out Glimpses.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is like solid, right? You have the discard and then you have like some other interaction and then you have a Shepherd into Natural Order.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you have 2 cards that are not great, like the Swords and the Hoof, but like, so what?
I mean, the swords is not terrible.
It's not terrible, right?
19 creatures glimpse deck seems bad. Maybe we should switch into Cheerios.
So here, no, that's okay. You can cast.
Yeah.
So in a situation like this where you only have 1 land, Ooh, that's kind of bad now.
To get the Burst Lord,
I
right?
think we take the Burst Lord, right? We need the mana.
Yeah. And then we
And
toss
then you can
them.
fetch the Thoughtseize, yeah. Normally I don't like to do that. I think Reclaimers to get Kratos is pretty important, but we might not
Without having the second land, it's kind of iffy, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do they have?
I mean, we take Doomsday.
Right. Yeah, exactly, Eli. I think something I actually want to try again, and maybe the next time I stream I'll do it, is I think Heritage Druid has just been kind of bad lately, like, and especially if I have enough cards to board it out against Delver, I don't need to keep it in. I may go back to playing crop rotation in place of Heritage Druid because I wanted to be pre-boarded against certain decks. And theoretically, because I'm boarding out Heritage Druid in most of my fair blue decks anyways, or fair blue matchups, because I want to make the deck as immune to like Plague Engineer, Terminus, like Blazing Volley, whatever, as possible. And the card is like incentivized overextending.
Oh, that's.
Ooh.
So they're gonna play Shepherd first, right?
Yeah, because you don't want them to just get days for free or whatever.
Something silly.
Mm-hmm. So this is kind of the nice now. Like the idea is swords and mind breaks are kind of pair well together, right? Because they can beat one, but then it's awkward to have the other, right?
No, it's fine. Yeah.
Or at least when I drew it up, this cyborg map, this is what I envisioned.
Yeah, I think if we draw Cradle, we should be in good shape, right?
Or any land actually, but Cradle would help a lot.
You're gonna play discard spell now. Oh.
Nope. Oh, white is a little bit dangerous for us though. So if Jax is still online, we were just talking about this, right? Prismatic Ending, right? Have all combo decks. You got a green sun, yeah.
Yeah. When is they're switching to Marcus was playing a list that Marcus evolved.
Yeah. He's playing the Stoneforge Mystic package.
Correct, yeah.
So Eli, I'll send you the screenshot, but I feel like Chad will believe me. So Jax and I literally 2 months ago said that it's gonna be because this is when I first started playing Prismatic Elves. I said, man, this card is insane. Like, and we 2 months ago said all the combo decks are gonna start playing it, and
they just
Jax actually joked, "Oh, I'm getting old." We were only 2 months ahead of our time that called it. Oh, nice. Yeah, you're just playing past.
Yeah, they're just killing all of our creatures.
Not a fan, as in you don't like it, like as in you think it's not good, or you think it's Yes, ending has to be. They have to be able to ignore Leyline. It's like for like deafening silence and things like that, or Child of the Void. Oh, I see. So you don't like it from your end, is what you're saying, Eli. Yeah, I think. So Jackson and I thought about this because we, like Abrupt Decay is at an all-time low, and I just think it's an upgrade over Abrupt Decay for the combo decks. Is the main idea behind it. Ooh.
I'm just gonna draw some extra cards, but did they forget what they put on top?
I love that. Also, Eli, because I sometimes like check out the Goblins Discord. I always think it's awesome that like Prismatic Ending is like really awkward against all the Goblins because they're like CMC 3 and 4.
I'm just gonna get an Arbor.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just gonna start attacking. Man,
That's actually a good draw, believe it or not.
no, it seems okay. I mean, except that.
You get the Ranger. Do you see why?
Yeah, so I can make more mana, but
Yeah. It unlocks actually a lot for you.
problem is that
You can natural order actually next turn. But it plays into days is the problem.
yeah, I think I really need to draw either Thoughtseize or a Shepherd, right?
Yeah.
Well, not the goddamn Source of Plowshares. Okay. They gonna force this one?
They might.
Or they might
I mean, we
kill
kept
the-
it off the Once Upon a Time.
Oh, they might kill the Dread Arbor first. That's what it is. They're gonna force it.
They're gonna hard cast force.
Wow. That's
I
crazy.
mean, in their defense, keep in mind it must be pretty good for us if we kept it off the Once Upon a Time. Like
That's crazy. No, I guess we attack. Man, I tried to play.
Yeah.
I tried to play another league. I don't know if Eli saw, but like, no, I played a league with Goblins the other day and like got destroyed. I didn't even finish the league, and then I tried to play another league by myself. Did not go well again. I need to like get Eli to help me.
There's
With
that
someone.
Thoughtseize you were talking about.
Yeah, this one should be
It's
pretty
probably
good.
another force, to be honest.
No, Dark Ritual. That, by the way, what you're seeing happen right here is the reason why I don't play this. I don't play this list. This Doomsday list. That happens all the fucking time when I play this deck. No, the deck just stalls out. Like, no, you trade 1-for-1s like they're doing.
Yeah, you don't draw Doomsday, right?
Exactly, and like predict sometimes gets you there, but like the way Esper worked before in the past was because when Astrolabe was in the deck, then you always had like those draw cards.
Yeah,
Like,
Ooh.
I think we should hold on to this one now. Actually,
Why is that?
don't you want to like hold on to like the turn that we're gonna cast Natural Order?
We're so far from casting Natural Order still.
Okay, we're gonna Thoughtseize them. Oh, it was a Force of Will. I guess it kind of worked out the same way I thought it was gonna work out.
No, you definitely want to do it there because, like,
Much worse league for whatever it's worth.
We're
That's
very
true.
far away from that.
Eli, you're right because leagues. I said like no leagues are a lot more more combo than the challenges. So
so Eli, you came in late, but this is our second league. Our first league we 5-0 like pretty easily too, and this league we just ran into all combos, so we're like potentially gonna go 1-4.
yeah. Somehow we win this game and we might be okay in game 3.
And it's funny because the first league was pretty like represented the meta. We probably we should have had a perfect league, but I won't mention who. It cost us that perfect league, perfect 5-0-10-0.
Charlie Brown 2291. Big fan of your cartoon. Your dog's pretty cool too.
I feel like we're in a good shape right now with both Mindbreak Trap and Swords.
Toad's
It's hard to
Horse.
beat both.
Oh, they finally followed. They just beat us, and then I mean we beat them, and then they came here, and then they never followed.
Well, better late than never.
Thanks for the follow though.
Yeah, Romario's just joking. Toe horse.
Yeah, I don't. At least if I'm talking, they can hear. They can see the intent instead of like when people type stuff and then they think you're just being a dick.
Oh, was that the third one? Oh, they brainstormed.
Yeah, it was a brainstorm Dark Ritual disc. Yeah, which they didn't have to Dark Ritual, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they have like the draw spell in their hand. Okay.
I mean, we would have won anyways, to be honest.
All right, let's take the Swords to Plushes out of our deck. I don't. I don't. I don't.
You
I don't,
don't think it's good?
I don't think so.
Okay, we can board it out
Let's-
and then bring back more creatures.
All right, I'll bring the split. I don't even know if Collector Oof is that good too, but
It's not. Like I've seen a lot of Doomsday players beat me while having Oof on the field. So the reason why I like Swords is because otherwise they go for the
yeah, let's keep it. Let's keep it.
cycle
Let's
pile
keep it.
and just not play around it.
No, actually, no. Let's keep it because it might be a good Green Sun's in a target.
Oh, Oof, you mean? No, Oof is good, I think.
Yeah.
But I was saying the Swords to Plowshares.
Oh, the Swords to Plushes. No, yeah, no.
No,
Well, I kept
my
this in.
logic was,
I assume you want to keep this one,
yeah, I think that's fine. You have a trap. Like maybe they walk into it.
right? They're probably gonna start the turn with a duress. Oh.
Nope, they're gonna go Dark Ritual Doomsday. Yikes.
Okay. Maybe we'll draw a Thoughtseize ourselves.
I mean, Dotsy doesn't help here, right?
No, it does. It
Like-
does. Because
Does it?
if they have a, so they don't have a blue mana here, right?
Sure.
So whatever line they're gonna take will involve something that will trigger Mind Break Trap.
Why would they do that, by the way? That's very strange. Why would they fetch Scrubland? I feel like you want Underground Sea there, right?
100%.
Like, what could trigger them to fetch white? Unless they put Terminus on top, which seems bad.
I don't think they're playing Terminus. Well, maybe they could be playing Terminus, but I don't.
I mean, the old school list with, what's his name? Albert
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
played Terminus, but like...
I mean,
that's
no,
before.
the one I played for the PTQ, I had Terminus in my sideboard, but
Oh, you did? Okay, nice.
yeah, but it was not good too. Like, and I think by now, the other Doomsday players should also figure out that it's not very good. I think the only time that was okay is like I made a Doomsday pile and I put a Terminus on top.
Mm-hmm.
But it was, I can't remember what I was playing against. What is the worst? Oh yeah, they didn't play against around anything. I mean, if you're playing combo, that's kind of, actually, let me take a look at their deck. I didn't.
That's good to know, Eli. That's actually really encouraging for us.
Well, they brought Cavern of Souls. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, if we draw a Thoughtseize, I think we have a chance.
Well, isn't Cavern of Souls main deck? Maybe they just want the extra land, is my guess. Right?
Yeah, maybe they don't have anything to cut. So interesting. I think maybe we can not play anything.
What's the logic?
For day, well, they're probably not playing Days though. All right, let's ramp then.
I think you ramp, right? You hope that they walk into a Mind Break Trap.
Yeah.
They haven't seen the removal either, so they're not going to play around it.
Right.
Like, in case we did do that.
No, I was thinking about Days, but I think the Esper versions usually don't play Days. Hold on a second.
All right, York. Good. Thanks for dropping by. Always a pleasure. Playing with you, playing against you.
Oh, thanks, York. Yeah. Good games.
Ooh, they're gonna walk into it, I think.
I mean, they have a forcible. Oh,
No, they're probably a pack of negation.
Hold on a second. We can actually figure out right now. 1, 2, 3, and there's no fourth force of will here. So,
Or it could be pack of negation.
no. I think Esper also doesn't play pack negation. The
Well, they have 3 cards in hand, so it could be just Oracle plus Force plus Pitch.
correct.
But we'll see.
I mean, definitely one of them is Oracle, unless.
Well, they have to go for it now, right? They've already committed. There are no cards left in the library.
And there's no Thassa's Oracle here.
Maybe they just realized they walked into Mind Break Trap. They have no choice but to go for it, right?
And we have no choice but do this. They have a force of will, right? No. Yay! Or no?
Oh my god!
I think they had the force will. They just didn't have a blue card then.
Wait, they side out.
They set out the force. Oh.
Oh my.
Ah.
Okay. When credit is deserved, Eli called it out. Eli just said this player didn't play around anything, and they literally did not.
Interesting. Well, we won a game that we're not supposed to win.
We were not supposed to win that game. There's no way we were supposed to win that game.
So Newton, here's my takeaway from this. If you're gonna play leagues, I think you should like rework the sideboard. Just play like, I don't know, cut the swords to plow. Just play like 2 more ley lines and 2 more mind break traps. Or
No, okay. Okay, you might be right. If you're not gonna run into Delver, the swords aren't as necessary. Although the swords, to be fair, are very good against depths, and depths is like somewhat popular. I think.
oh yeah, people do play green white depths here. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the swords are actually fine. Believe it or not, actually it's posted already, but my LCQ list, like I went 4-1 both times last 2 days for the chat, but
well, very good.
they actually,
good
in addition to the 4 swords and the Cabal Pit, I actually had a 5th removal spell in Run Afoul and the Choke as well. So, but because this is league, I didn't feel like I needed that here, and that's why we have, more hate. I think if you really, really want to cut more, what you can do for leagues is you can cut the ooze, move the ooze to the sideboard, maybe even trim 1 swords, and then just play a 3rd trap or like a 3rd leyline.
Yeah.
Because if you don't expect to Delver,
So something like
don't run
this.
into Delver that much. Ooze is very good against Delver though, so that's why I like it.
So something like this.
Yeah, I think that's probably fine. Like, I think you still want the ooze because you can tutor, and it's like randomly
Yeah,
good
those is
against
here.
like.
Yeah.
I think you still want the ooze because it's like randomly good against other combo, like the Jund Madness deck's like very strong against that card
Right, yeah,
of
yeah.
that deck. It's like very strong against.
I mean, it's very good against Delver, right? Because
It's very good against Delver. You can tutor for it, so I think it's worth a slot. I think I wouldn't change the main deck, but if you're playing for leagues, like that's like not unreasonable. Like, and hope against Delver, you just draw your removal if you run into Delver in the league. You know what I mean?
right, gotcha. Okay.
Against DNT, like swords, it helps too, but you should be pretty favored, right? Especially with this build. Like, I showed Eli a couple of images of me against DNT players, and let's just say Cabal Pit is very good in that matchup.
Oh yeah. Just get around especially get around like Mother Runes and stuff.
Gets around Mother Runes, it like they can't really hide behind Peacekeepers. Like, if anything, they play Peacekeeper, and it's like worse for them, in my experience.
Yeah.
Because like there's like
Peacekeeper is not a reliable card against your type of deck.
No, it's better against the other version, but it's not reliable at all against this version. Like
Right.
I'm happy when they play it, actually.
Right. Yeah, I understand. Cool.
Only because they set themselves back 2 mana every turn. I'm like developing that board still,
Right.
and then until I'm ready to essentially take the Peacekeeper off the board, like they play into my hands if anything.
Yeah. No, it's you can't really. And the thing is that Death and Tax is a deck that's also trying to attack.
Right. So unless you can like have all the combo pieces already ready, and then maybe like have a walking ballista or something like that,
Right,
I think it's
yeah.
not great.
Well, I mean, if Peacekeeper was printed like in 2021, it would be a one-sided effect. But as it turns out, back in the day, things were a little more, I don't know, fair, I guess I'd say. So, like, it's the same thing.
Or if it was printed 2021, it'd be no upkeep.
No upkeep and draw a card when you comes into play or something. I don't know. They'll just staple like draw card to everything. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Draw a card.
right.
That's how you make a 2021 card, right? You just add draw a card.
Oh man, I really because what was it like? Sam Black said that they thought they almost like printed Doomsday in Modern Horizons 2. I think it was.
Yeah, he stopped it.
Yeah, because he said he's posting his Twitter. He didn't really understand how the card would work or something. That's what he
I
said.
know he was the one that blocked Caracas too. I think I saw that somewhere.
Caracas?
Because it would completely mess up Modern because like DNT plays Dahlia. Obviously, it's gonna have implications with Ragavan too right now.
They said that Eli said that they didn't realize that Oracle would be a combo enabler. That's funny. I mean, okay, so
Well, I don't think Sam Black was in charge of that set, right? Or maybe he wasn't.
the other one, I don't think so. I don't think that the other one. No, it's funny because Laboratory Maniac, it was a combo enabler, and it was played in Modern, so they should probably realize that something similar. I mean, similar in a way because it's way better actually, but yeah.
It's not always better, but it's usually always better. Yeah.
I think it's like 99% of the time is better just because of the fact that it dodges removal really. not for anything else. Just the fact that like
No, I think there's the deck. I forgot what it's called, but the what is it called? The Ad Nauseam deck. I think Maniac I heard is better, but I could maybe I'm wrong.
is it bad? No, because well,
Or because anybody who plays Modern on the chat, which one is better than that Ad Nauseam deck? Is it the Oracle or is it Lab Maniac?
do people?
Maybe it's still Lab Maniac.
I don't know if the deck still exists in Modern.
Yeah, it might just be a dead deck. I don't know.
Does it even exist? I don't think it exists. Oh, Ad nauseam. Okay, there you go, right here. So they play Thassa's
Okay,
Oracle.
so it is still Oracle, yeah.
Yeah, they play 4 Thassa's Oracle. I think that answers the question.
Yeah, it does. It's pretty definitive.
Oh, it's actually kind of funny because the same person is the one that's been putting up results. So I guess he or they are the only, the last like no, Ad nauseam players.
Actually, I'm thinking about the what's it called, the Allosaurus Rider deck, the Neoform deck.
Yeah.
Lab Maniac.
Oh no, didn't the deck like something got banned in the deck?
Yeah, they lost Simeon Severe guy, which the deck's a lot worse now.
Right. They're both not played much more. Okay, yeah, Labman would be better with Crystal Brand. But no, but I don't think it's better because again, it doesn't dodge removal. That's the biggest thing for me. Like no, as a matter of fact, I think if Thassa's Oracle didn't have the line the way it is written, like what does it say that has to be equal or less?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the card would be playable, like in Legacy, or it would take a lot more to make it work. But the fact that you can just cast it into a Source of Plowshares or Lightning Bolt is like, it makes it miles better.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean I played some like Doomsday before before the deck.
Well, speaking of Doomsday, you're probably pretty excited. Right? That new card looks really good.
New card? What new card?
Yeah. What is it called? Consider.
Oh, Consider. Yes. They were talking about that like in the Doomsday Discord.
Yeah, I saw that card. I was like, oh, now you can just win with 1 mana.
Stream Fun. Come here. Oh, hold on a second. Stream Fun. Come. Oh, come Herman. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, the card's really good. Hold on a second. So I don't know. People can understand what I'm talking about. It's a Consider, right?
Yeah.
It's already. Yeah, this is one here. Yeah, look at the top of your library. You may put the cards. So there's
So the main pile is like with deep analysis. You bid that and then they have LED.
Correct.
As the card you draw.
No, but I remember Adam. I can't remember his name on Magic Online, but he was probably one of the people that kept championing like Doomsday decks for a while, even before Doomsday was good again.
Sure.
And I remember Adam like he mentioned at least that I've seen like at least 5-6 times on the Doomsday chat, saying that what's the name of that card? Thought Scour. If they made a Thought Scour, but it was like one less card, it would be playable. And then they finally made one that's like a Thought Scour, but it's one less card. And it's
actually even better than Thought Scour too. I think.
Well, in this case, it's way better. Instead of putting 2 cards, it puts 1, and you get to look at it.
Well, that's the important part, right? In case you draw the card, like before you cast Doomsday, it's better than Thought Scour.
Yeah, you can just do in the middle of the game, like end of turn, do this.
Right, and it's like an opt or whatever.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, I really like this card too. The deep analysis one seems like really interesting with this card.
Yeah, I think it's only a 1-of though. I saw people talking about like 4 considers because you can consider into the pile, but I feel like that's a little bit more. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm trying to.
It's nice if you have everything lined up, but I don't know how often that happens.
I'm trying to.
Maybe it happens a lot.
I'm trying to see because there are some piles that I've made in the past that, let's say you crack an LED, and that usually happens when you remove, like from a force wheel, like if you have to remove your ideas unbound.
Mm-hmm.
So there's sometimes that I'll make a pile that like you crack the LED and then you draw a card like with a Street Wraith or whatever, and you put the top 3 cards of your deck like 3 Ponders. And you just use the blue mana from the LED to cast the 3 Ponders in a row, so you can go deeper in the deck.
Yeah, this makes it easier.
Well, you can do exactly because you can just put like this, and then like a blank, and then like another one of these, and then like how you're gonna cast your Thassa's Oracle, like whatever way you have it.
Do you think these will replace the? I don't know if they're running. Is your version running pre-day right now?
I think I've got two lists that I've been playing. I think one of them plays 2, the other one plays 3. Hold on a second. I think this is this one plays 3, and then this one has the Belfast Strix. I think I'm playing 2. I do like this list, this one a little bit better though.
So do you think they just slot in over preordained? What do they go over? If you play more than one.
Yeah, probably preordained, because preordained I think is the weakest. But like you said, I think in the beginning it will probably be cut the 3 preordains and then try the consider plus deep analysis package, I guess.
Right. It's only one, and the nice thing about deep analysis is it's good against control too, right?
Yeah. It kind of plays a role, like if you're trying to just draw extra cards, I guess. Like in the past, they played Predict, or they played what's in that card? Night's Whisper? No, it's Night's Whisper. Yeah, the one that pays 2 mana, draw 2 cards.
Oh yeah. Nice Whisper.
Yeah, so they were playing kind of like that, and so deep analysis. Kind
what about expressive iteration in Doomsday?
I think I saw Max talk to someone on the Discord. I think. I don't think it's good. In my opinion, you don't think it's good? I think I'll just play Lindo's Vault or Impulse or something like that instead of that card.
It's just a straight up tutor, you mean?
Yeah, because I also think like with Doomsday, like for instance, like this list here, I don't even fetch the Volcanic Island until sideboard games, because I don't have any red spells on the main deck.
That makes sense.
And Doomsday being a triple black like casting cost, if you have to just like randomly fetch a Volcanic on turn 2 to cast like the iteration, it seems terrible. Like
that's fair. That's
it's almost point. Like you, I don't know, like what you call like time walking yourself, like like sometimes like happen that I'll open a hand that has like Underground Sea, Volcanic, and then like spells that I want to keep, and that Volcanic is just like I can tell it's like, oh, this might be a problem, and sometimes it is a problem. So it's like, I don't.
No, I definitely had that before, where like I remember one time to beat Doomsday. Actually, I was playing Ipnu Rivulet.
Yeah.
The mill land, and then I was like, man, I draw this trop, and I was like, man, this is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna get Wasteland out of the game.
Yeah. No, but I don't.
Right, because I literally was playing the land plus maybe like I think it was like Cypher or Flusterstorm at the time to try to help the Doomsday matchup for Elves, which is not very good in my opinion. I think it's one of the hardest matchups for Elves.
I remember Tony Murata was playing that. Well, he tried the Rivulet, or the same land you're talking about, the one that mills. And he also tried the one that both players draw cards. I forgot what it's called. It's the colorless land.
I think I know what you're talking about. Gaia Reach Sanitarium.
No.
So the other one, Michael Coro.
Yeah, it's that one. Yes. I think he was playing that one, and I think one of the times he was streaming, I was like, oh, what is that for? He's like, oh, for Doomsday. I was like, I was like, that's clever. Like,
I feel like that's the type of thing that will only work once, though.
Oh, he did that?
No, I'm saying I feel like that kind of card, it will only work once against.
Oh, you only get them one time, and then
they play around it.
They'll be aware of that. Yeah. Well, especially against like mono green posts, like I don't have to get down to 0 cards in the deck. Like no, you can just because they're not gonna kill the Thassa's Oracle. Like so.
That's exactly why I wanted to play the swords in the boarded in the swords against Doomsday, because sometimes they do that. Like I've had like Kai or Ethan, like they go Dark Ritual Doomsday, and then they go Cycle, and then just Oracle, and then like 2 cards left because they want to play around Mindbreak Trap.
Right. Oh yeah, I mean that's a good one. I mean definitely like if I see, I don't know, Korean Ranger on turn 1, I'm like I'm just gonna make a pile that gets to 2 cards down and that's it. Like
exactly right. Because Mindbreak Trap is pretty common, right?
Yeah. Every once in a while, like when I'm playing against, usually Death and Taxes. I don't think I've seen happening with the Elves, but I'll make a pile that I don't know if you ever watched the way I play against Death and Taxes, but if I turn 1 Doomsday, usually what I do, I just put 2 Underground Seas, Thassa's Oracle, and then 2 fetches on top.
Yeah, that works against D&T because they can't kill you fast enough.
Yeah, they can't catch up, right? And then, but sometimes, like, if it's on turn 2, I'll put like triple Street Wraiths and then like a paddle and then like fetch land, Underground Sea, whatever, something like that, right? And it will happen all the time. Like, oh, Street Wraith, Edge, and then cast Thassa's Oracle, and I see that they're trying to cast something. Like, I was like, yeah, I didn't cast anything. I just cycled.
That's funny.
Langlands. I saw someone play once where the green post did get them with Dismember. Wow, sweet. Well, then I guess. The best mind break trap is the one you
Awesome,
use to predict.
Eli, with the mind break trap.
Huh. Every time, well, I don't think I get paired against Eli very often.
I actually get paired against Eli a decent amount. It's
Well,
just
you guys
yeah,
just play in the same time zones. I know Eli's on the East Coast too.
I think I paired against Eli like out of all the Goblin players, one of the more times. Not the most. I think there was another Legacy Goblins or like Samus SSP or something where I get paired against a lot. But besides that,
Huh.
so
Overlapping
I
schedules.
probably gotta head out now
Oh yeah, me too.
from there.
Let me see if anybody's streaming Legacy right now. No, there's 64 people watching us, but yeah, so I guess everyone that was watching, everyone else just left. Somebody modern, somebody that I know. Yeah, I guess I'm just gonna let me see. Mana Dork podcast. That's an interesting name. I've been using MTG streams. Like, I was like, I don't have any, like, I don't get any money from this person. Sometimes he used to come watch my stream sometimes, but let me do some advertising for them. So if you guys like to watch your streams like ours, there's a website called MTG Streams, and it shows like all the formats and like platforms and stuff. The website wasn't working for a while, but now it's back up. So instead of you have to go to the Twitch main page for Magic and have to Control F and try to find Legacy streams, like that's why Newton. By the way, that's why I was telling you, like, no, every time you stream, like, just put Legacy on your title.
Yeah, but no, I definitely appreciate you telling me that.
Yeah, because then this website will also, I think that's how it works. I don't know who the person is, but they used to watch my streams. They used to play Miracles online. I know that. And he told me that the way his website works is it catches like the title. So as long as you put like your format that you're playing like on the title, the website will catch it and will sort it. So yeah. Okay. Well, thanks everyone for watching, and I'll see you guys later.
All right, catch you later.
All right. Bye, Newton.
See ya.
See ya.